George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan. On Sunday at the Masters, Rory McIlroy completed the career Grand Slam and won his first ever green jacket, beating Justin Rose in a playoff to earn the victory. McIlroy just the sixth player ever to complete the career Grand Slam and just the second to do it in the last 50 years, along with Tiger Woods. In the association, a busy day for the Blazers on Sunday. In addition to beating the Lakers in the regular season finale, they signed head coach Chauncey Billups to a multi-year contract extension to continue coaching in Portland. The terms of that deal not yet known. Billups was reportedly a top candidate for the Phoenix job, which was open because the Suns decided to fire head coach Mike Budenholzer at the end of the regular season, that team finishing 11th in the Western Conference and failing to make the play-in tournament. In New Orleans, the Pelicans have parted ways with GM David Griffin. Reports now indicate Joe Dumars is the top candidate to take over that general manager position. And the play-in in the NBA starts tomorrow. The Magic host the Hawks in the East. The Warriors host Memphis in the West. Winners of those games lock in the 7th seed and would earn a date with the Celtics in the East and the Rockets in the West. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is back. For the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
What's the most resilient parasite?
Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Can build cities, can transform the world, and rewrite all the rules.
That's what I'm going to be doing every single night.
Which is why... No! I have to steal it.
What are you talking about, Willis?
This is Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
It's gonna work. It's passable, okay? This isn't terrible.
The best in local, regional, and national sports. With no hidden agenda. Primetime with Isaac and Sue on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up?
Or should I
What's
say-
up?
Ahoy, friends.
What's going on?
Oh, yeah. Just basking in the WNBA draft. I can't get enough. You kidding me?
What?
I can't. The WNBA draft, man. Get excited.
Should I be betting on this?
Are we? Yes, you should be. And
Whoa.
are we not
Who's that?
dedicating?
Wait, whoa, who's that?
Paige Buckets,
That's Paige Buckets. Are we
Wow.
not dedicating like at least 3 of our 4 hours to the WNBA
Can I
draft?
just say she looks way different when she's not playing basketball?
Well, I think a lot of them do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I think last year's draft really blew people away.
Yeah, they glam it up a little bit.
yeah, she looks good.
Well, nowadays, man, you don't make money on the court; you make money off the court. So you
How-
got to spruce it up a little
How
bit.
much do you think she got paid to carry that bag?
A lot.
She's carrying a handbag, but she's not. It's not like a purse.
No.
With handles.
Mhm.
She's just carrying it under her
Mm-hmm.
arm like books.
She got paid. They're saying she's not like Caitlin Clark, but she's a needle mover. I mean, she signed more money for that, whatever that 3-on-3 league is. She signed more for 1 year of that than
Unrivaled.
Unrivaled.
I saw that. So she's gonna go. And that's in the off season.
Yeah, they play. Some of them play in both. So she's gonna make more in 1 year of that than she will in 4 years in the WNBA.
Well, good for her, man.
Yeah, I mean, hey, make your money.
Cash them checks.
You don't make any money. The WNBA is like rookie salary is like 60 grand or something. So, you know,
Yeah, I think they said with her being the projected number one, 78,000 maybe
78
for
for the
her.
number 1 pick. So, you know, if someone else is paying you, 400 grand to go play 3-on-3 or whatever, go do it. And you don't have to, because you can't play in Russia anymore. They used to go over in Russia and make their money, but can't do that because of that whole Britney situation. The political prisoner
Not
thing.
Spears.
No. The Griner.
How's she doing?
Not well.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah, Britney's in bad.
She's been popping up on the socials. She
She's in bad
posts all
spot.
these weird videos and
meltdown.
not good.
Well, we screwed her up. It's not really her fault.
No, Beebs is going through it right now, too.
Yeah, well,
That's right.
Yeah,
we
he's-
screwed him up too.
Yeah. Turns out being like the world's most famous person at 14
Yes,
and then being sexualized at 14 by
Yes.
old people.
that's right.
Turns out
It's not healthy.
not good. Who knew?
I advise against it.
Who knew?
Although, do you think that either of them would trade their lives?
That's a good question. I don't know. Brittany might. I mean,
Brittany might.
it's bad. I think Biebs is cresty. Look, Biebs was hanging out with Diddy. Stuff happened to Bieber.
There's
Yeah.
some uncomfortable old
Ooh.
videos with them that
Yeah.
are like
Dude, stuff. Stuff
I
happened.
feel for both of them.
So I don't know. I mean, you have more money than you can ever spend. You never have to work a day in your life, but you're a crippled human being. Do you trade that? Now, you don't trade it now at 40-something, but if you told 14 or 15-year-old me, hey, you're going to be a little messed up and you're going to have some lifelong trauma, but I'm going to give you $500 million. I think there's a lot of kids that take that deal, unfortunately. And then this is what happens. So I don't know. And their families all sold them up the river. I mean, they're the families are the one that knew what was going on. And they're like, oh, here's my kid. Let's be rich.
Well, I hope your day's going well.
Yeah. Let's just take Rory. He was exploited as a kid, but in a good way. And now he's playing golf.
Yeah.
He was like 4 years old on Irish talk shows, hitting golf balls in a washer
so
and
was
dryers.
Tiger Woods.
Yeah, well,
You know,
well,
on the Johnny Carson show.
I think Tiger would take it. I think Rory would take it. I mean, yeah, it's screwed up a little bit, but for the most part, Perkins waitresses aside, I think it's turned out all right.
See, I feel like Tiger's way more screwed up than Rory.
Yes.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
If I'm Rory, I mean, that's kind of what I loved about him. You know, we got a lot of Masters talk today. You know the whole thing, but
Oh, yeah.
it's kind of what I love about him is that he kind of is like when you watch Tiger win,
Mm-hmm.
it was amazing to watch his feats, right? Like he was unbelievable.
Yeah.
He was like watching Jordan. Like
Yes.
that is something
He
that
was
very few people have, right?
Yes.
Particularly mentally. Rory's not like that. Rory is just he's just a dude who happens to be a world-class golfer.
Yes.
And so
But he's fragile in a way
Yeah.
that Tiger wasn't.
well, he's human.
Yes.
Yes, that's
Tiger
what
was a cyborg.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Watching Tiger and Michael Jordan and maybe Kobe Bryant had a little bit of this, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
there's you can count on two hands
Yeah.
athletes that have that.
Mhm.
You can't relate to that. Like it's amazing to watch, but you can't relate to it. Rory is the most relatable sports figure, maybe just because I'm a golfer.
No,
that-
I think
dude,
you're
he
right.
is so relatable.
Yeah.
He's so human. He hits shots that I would hit. He hits shots that would be bad for me. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah. Well, and he's willing to admit it too.
Yes.
Like when he comes out and says that he was nervous as hell going into to Sunday, and he double bogeys one, and he actually said that kind of locked me back in, like it shook me and was a wake up call. And he talks about his nerves, whereas no one will admit
No.
weakness.
Right.
Like I remember getting ready for the NFL Combine, and they do like media coaches, right? When you're having interviews with personnel guys. And one of the questions they always ask you is like, what's your biggest weakness? And they're like, you never admit a weakness. You're like, you make your weakness into you work too hard or you care too much, right? You never, it's the most ridiculous crap in the world. As opposed to, yeah, sometimes in big moments, I have a little fear pee. Like you never admit that. And so for Rory to be one of the few guys that's like, dude, I am shaking in my shoes out there at times. And we know his history. I'm with you. I think it's one of the reasons he's so relatable. I must have heard, 50 prominent media types and athletes all saying Rory won, but he's not the guy. Because those guys all want the douchey cyborg. They want the shark, the killer. And Rory isn't that. And while for some people that's a major turnoff because it flies in the face of the hyper masculine, I have no fear. For a lot of us, me included, I love it because it's like, yeah, I get scared. I do choke. I do let the moment get too big at times because that's a human emotion. And I think that for me is why Rory is one of my favorite golfers ever.
Yeah, I mean, all that said, I think that's funny that people think that about him. And that's right in a sense that if you're comparing him to Tiger.
Yeah.
But he's still won 5 majors.
Yeah.
He's still the best guy out there when he's on his game.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a really mean golf course. It's tricky as hell. And some of the shots he was hitting were insane.
Yes.
Under unimaginable pressure. So yeah, you could say, oh, he's not Tiger. That's fair. But I mean, dude, he came through.
Yeah.
I know he tried to lose it a few times with some. This is the fun of him.
Yeah.
But, he still did it. Like, I feel a little defensive of him today because of that. What you just said, that's bullshit, dude.
Yeah.
He still won that thing. How could someone be tested more than that guy?
But I guess
mentally, how could anyone be tested? And he did it.
Nobody. But here is where his detractors, no one tested him. He tested himself.
That's fair.
That's fair. He had at least 6 opportunities to either not melt down or to seal away the tournament. In fact, that was it 15 where he had the 7-iron that he hooked around the trees from 210? Was that 15?
That was 15.
That is, by the way, can we talk about a 210-yard 7-iron bent around the trees that landed 8 feet from the hole?
Underneath one limb, rises and turns over. 7-iron, 207.
207.
6-iron yesterday, set up an eagle. Is this enough? It is. Oh, here it comes.
Goosebumps.
The shot of a lifetime.
Shot of a lifetime.
When he needed it most.
And that, by the way, he had under 10 feet for an eagle.
And he missed it.
And he missed it. Now, he had the tap and birdie, and that gave him back the lead. But that's what I'm like. Yeah. Everyone's going to be like, dude, you had a chance right there and then to have one of the greatest golf shots that will be remembered. Everything on the line. You've gacked the lead away. Rose came back to you. It's now tied. You step up. You hit this amazing shot. And what they say is, if you're an all-time great, you sink the eagle putt, flip everyone the double bird, and you walk off into the sunset. But you don't. And I think that's where the detractors come from, saying it's one thing if Rose is pushing him, or if Scheffler or DeChambeau, but they weren't. The ones that, although, look, give Rose some credit, the one that pushed him was himself, because he refused to grab the tournament.
Fair.
And I think that's where some of the criticism
for
him comes in.
I get it, but you still have to hit the shot. Like, even if no one's pushing you, if you have a 3-shot lead, it is pressure packed.
Yeah.
And it is really, really, really hard. Yeah. Again, I think you're comparing him to Tiger or Jack.
You are.
And he's just not them. He's not that type of assassin. Under the most, and a lot of the pressure is not just that tournament. It's 11 years of him failing and really wanting. Like, I can't say that I knew how much he really wanted that. Yeah. Until I saw him fall to his knees on 18. And I was just like, dude, that I'm not kidding. I teared up. Yeah. I did. Yeah. I was like, dude, I am so freaking happy for that guy, because he clearly wanted that. But I don't know. He's unbelievable, but right. He is missing something, and he admits it. There's something upstairs. He's more wired like the regular people. Yeah. And that's what makes him even better to me, is that he's just a regular dude who happens to be a world-class golfer, and he's still, with all that pressure, went out and took care of it when nobody thought he could. And even he tried to get in his own way, and he still did it. Like, that to me is so freaking impressive. And the no quit, you know, like, he could have easily just completely spiraled.
Yes.
5 times.
He never did.
And he never did.
Always rebounded.
That is what I love about that guy.
Even 18, right? He misses the putt, and you're like, I really was sitting there, and I'm like, well, there it goes. I'm like, there's no way he wins.
Did you hear what he said in the cart going to the playoff?
What did he say?
So he misses the putt on 18 in reg, which, you know, he should have made that.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
1 of 3 in the final 4 holes that he makes, and it's over.
Okay, so Buck's going to play the audio of that too.
After scoring, Harry and I were walking to the golf cart to bring us back to the 18th tee. And he said to me, well, pal, we would have taken this on Monday morning. I'm like, yeah, absolutely we would have. So, you know, that was an easy reset. He basically said to me, look, you would have given your right arm to be in a playoff at the start of the week. So that sort of reframed it a little bit for me. And again, I just kept telling myself, just make the same swing you made in regulation. And I had a great drive up there, and and the rest is history.
Well, okay, so I think right before that, I thought he said, and I may be wrong about this, it wasn't in that clip. I thought he said he got in that cart to go to the playoff, and he looked at Harry, his caddy, and he said, I'm gutted. And Harry looked at him and said, dude, wake up. Yeah. You would have taken this if I had told you this at the start of the week. So, and then of course he went, you heard what he said. Yeah. But I thought he alluded to the fact, or gave the kind of the impression to Harry that he was done.
Yeah. And
Harry, he turned him around.
And that's his best friend. And so maybe there's something to that.
Dude, think about those 3 shots that he hit in the playoff. Like, I mean, to nut up, and that is not an easy fairway to hit. He did it twice. Yeah. And then he has the exact same shot that he screwed up the first time on 18, and he puts it to within 3 feet.
And how about the fact that Justin Rose had put a very makeable birdie, and that puts the pressure on even tighter. And all he does is pull a Happy Gilmore, and someone's closer. I mean, it's insane. That is Iron Ball McGinty stuff, and I love Rory. And when you were talking about that we compare him to Tiger or to Jack, it's insane. We do this a lot in sports, and I've defended a lot of athletes for this. I thought, like, the one that comes to mind a lot is like when LaMarcus was here. And Rory's way better than LaMarcus. But LaMarcus Aldridge was a 20-10 multiple-time All-Star when he was here. And everyone always bitched at him because they're like, we think you should be better. And we do this all the time Carmelo Anthony was this way. I mean, you can go down and down the list of great players. And when you're great, but not the greatest, we always want to bag on you for not being Kobe, for not being LeBron, for not being Gretzky, for not being Joe Montana, for not being Pat Mahomes. We'd love to say that you are not one of the two very best to do it. And if you're not, we cut you off at the knees. And that Rory did something that 5 other golfers have ever done. And yet people are still going to take shots at him. And outside of being Tiger Woods or being Jack and winning 16 or 18 of these things, that'll never go away. And that's a shame because we end up not appreciating greatness because it doesn't take the perfected form.
Well, if it's perfected form you want, you're right. You're not getting that in Rory.
Yeah.
But give me somebody who is more resilient than Rory McIlroy, dude.
It's awesome.
Think about what he went through at the U.S. Open. I mean, last year we thought maybe, he walked off the green at the U.S. Open with 2 choked putts.
Thought it was
and
done.
we thought maybe, I don't know if he recovers
He's
from
getting
this.
up there.
He's getting up there in age. Dude, he came back this year and he won at Pebble, Sawgrass, and Augusta.
I mean, and that part of it, his kind of not downfall, but his struggles were well documented in the early parts of this most recent full swing season. You can see it. He's nearly broken as a golfer, and he's turned it all around.
And at 35, he's got 5. You wonder if this frees him up a bit, takes some of the pressure off, and do we see over the next 5 years, do we see him grab 3 or 4 more of these? Well, I'm not saying Masters, I'm saying majors, and then push him into really rarefied air where you're talking maybe only 3 or 4 guys ever that have that resume.
It's possible.
Because he's got the game, and at 35, he still hits it as far as anyone, and when you said it, when the game is on, he's the best in the world.
Yeah, and he's on right now.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean...
So go win the British now. That would be freaking awesome.
How about this? Go to the British Open and have the lead.
Yeah.
Hit every green in regulation and lose to Cam Smith by 1 shot. And never make a putt. Because that's what happened to him the last time. Well, actually, I think that might have been 2 years ago that happened to him at the Open.
Was it?
I think it was 2 years ago. Yeah, because last year...
Let me look.
Yeah, look that up, will you? I don't remember. But there's more heartbreak. Yeah. Like, just the way that this guy has been tested, the kicks to the balls that dude has taken, for him to rally from all of that and his own mistakes yesterday, dude, that's why balls jiggling. That's why I choked up watching him. I love him. I think he is so refreshing as a sports figure. He's just
the Cam Smith was 2022.
Yeah, so 2 years.
So Shoffley and then Harmon the last 2 years. So the Cam Smith.
Oh yeah, okay, so 3 years.
Cam Smith, St. Andrews.
Yeah,
2002 or 2022.
Do you guys want to talk more about the Masters?
Dude,
that was so good.
I could sit here all day because, with the exception of the nap that unfortunately happened on my couch, because
what holes was he on when you napped?
Well, we'll talk about it because I went through an emotional. I was not prepared.
You woke up to the chunk on 13.
What the hell is going on? I had that. I wasn't feeling
green jacket. Who gives it?
I wasn't feeling very good. I went to the doctor. I got some meds, so it's kind of one of those like medicine hazes. And I woke up and literally had a I had to go back and be like, no, this isn't right. Am I having a fever dream moment?
Well, let's talk some Masters. We have some other stuff today. We were just talking about this on Friday, but the quarterback at Tennessee is now out.
Yep. And of course, it's bringing the NCAA down. We'll never recover.
Oh, I don't know about that.
And Dan Lanning's involved.
Yeah, it does involve our guy.
Dan said nope. He said nope.
So we'll get to that. We've got
You ever see a cheetah stretch?
Chauncey Billups returning to Portland on a multi-year extension.
In a very problematic press conference, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah?
I didn't like it.
Why?
Well, there was one part in particular that if I'm a Blazer fan, I don't have a problem with Cronin. I don't have a problem with Billups.
Do we have the audio?
We have the audio. There is something in that press conference that if I'm a Blazer fan, absolutely scares me to death.
Okay.
Two things, actually.
All right. We'll get to that, and the NBA playoffs are set. So stay with us, won't you? It will be a fun day of sports talk. Masters Talk continues next on The Fan.
Goodbye. on 1080 The Fan.
All right, we're out of the gate with hot Masters talk. Rory McIlroy has now won the career Grand Slam, something the great Arnold Palmer could never do.
No? What,
the great Tom Watson could never do.
Sixth man, right, to ever do it?
I thought he was the
sixth ever
fourth.
and second in the last 50 years.
Yeah, the last being Tiger Woods.
Tiger.
Yeah. And Tiger did it. You know, that was interesting. They showed the 5 guys that had done it previous and the attempts to win the career Grand Slam. And I think the most attempts was 4. And Rory was 11.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's rarefied air and by far the longest and the most pressure to do it. Like Tiger and I think 3 of the other guys did it on their first chance. Whereas Rory, the majors for Rory came really early, and now there's been this long drought. Hence is he ever going to get another major, let alone is he ever going to win the Masters? And here we are.
Do you know there's another guy out there who is one shy of the career Grand Slam?
Koepka, maybe?
No.
Oh, Phil.
No.
Scotty?
Well, Phil is, yes.
Phil,
but
right?
he's on live now. But I guess he plays in the majors. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Phil, he needs the U.S.
Phil needs the U.S. Open.
Yep.
Koepka's got 5 or 6 majors, but he's...
I think...
Because Koepka has a bunch.
Well, there's one guy I'm thinking of.
One
maybe,
guy.
Scotty?
Maybe there are more. Hold on, I'm going to go one by one here. Yeah, Koepka still needs the Masters and the Open.
Okay.
No, it's Spieth.
Oh,
that's
Spieth's
right.
just one shy?
Yeah, he never won the PGA.
So he's got 3 total, and they're all different. Right?
Yes.
Because I don't think he has 4. I think Spieth has 3.
Yeah, Scotty's only won the Masters.
That's it? Scotty's only has the Masters?
2 Masters.
Really? I thought he had a U.S. Open and a PGA Championship. Wow.
What?
Okay.
No.
Because Koepka has...
Well, I thought Wayne Gretzky had 0 Stanley Cups, so let's not be surprised.
Yeah, I would have thought Koepka, but Koepka's got 3 PGAs, 2 U.S. Opens, and he's finished second at the Masters twice. I would assumed it was him, but I can't say I knew Spieth. So I'll tell you what, Spieth seems about 8 million miles away right now, but...
He is 8 million miles away.
You know, I mean...
And how about him bitching about... Did you hear him bitching about
Yes.
Augusta National?
Yes.
Dude.
Well, I mean, that goes back to,
There's
something going on with Spieth in between the years, let alone he's got the wrist.
Dude, I don't think there's any doubt about it. I think he's become kind of a head case.
Yeah.
Here's the audio of Spieth.
Hold on, we have a couple of
On the
Spieth.
fan.
No. So let's see. We have you got on mud balls, on everyone dealing with mud balls.
Mud balls is what he was bitching about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have that. Right.
Yeah, the poor conditions at Augusta.
The ball's digging in on every shot.
Oh, it was more than that. There we go.
To be brutally honest with you, it was primarily mud balls. And it's just so frustrating because you can't talk about them here. You're not supposed to talk about them. I mean, mud balls can affect this tournament significantly. And, you know, they've done a better job. There's like less than normal. But, you know, I mean, I still had them today on those holes too. I had them yesterday on those holes. And, yeah, I was actually really surprised, like, on Tuesday how, you know, I mean, but I'm expecting it a lot out into the grain. The ball's digging in on every shot. Every person's having to deal with it, but the fact that you're not supposed to talk about it is a bit frustrating because it is a difference maker. It can be a difference maker in scores on some holes.
Yeah, I mean, I just think.
Yeah.
I get it. They don't want you to talk about that kind of thing, but just, dude, get over it.
We're complaining about the condition. Wait, let me guess. You're gonna go to the British Open, and we're gonna talk about the wind and the tall grass. I don't like it. I don't like it. And it's one thing, man. If you are, because what did he finish? 3 under, something like that.
Spieth, yeah, he was top 20.
Yeah, top
maybe.
20. Look, if you end up a shot or two, and you had something didn't go your way, but my God, man, you were 8 back of the winner, and you're sitting there and you're bitching about the mud ball, boy.
Well, he's kind of always been complaining.
Spieth
I mean,
is just
way back when he won the U.S. Open at Chambers, he was bitching about that 18th hole.
Go comb your hair plugs and go away.
You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
He's like,
remember
oh, worst hole ever, or worst.
But a lot of people were bitching about that. But again, you won, and you're still, I don't know. Spieth to me is,
it's not perfect out there.
Yeah,
I feel like Bryson
Just
used to
shut
be
up.
that way and has moved away from that. He used to be trying to work every rules official on everything, and it's more flattering if you don't.
Bryson, what a tool that guy is. God, I was so happy to see him shoot 75.
Well, at least he said it. He melted down.
Yeah, he did say, he was like, do you know what he ranked strokes gained approach in that tournament.
No.
This is amazing. This is going to blow you away because at the end, they've, well, I don't know if you watched any of the posts.
Yeah, I watched most of the post.
Okay, so you saw them talking, or at least on Golf Channel, they were talking about how bad his irons were all week.
Yeah.
He was 83rd out of 90.
And he still ended up tied for 5th.
Strokes gained approach. That's unbelievable.
And that's where he should be some of his strongest, right?
Yeah.
Because of his length?
Yeah.
Or not necessarily.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, he just said his irons were off all week.
I'll tell you what.
And so it's a testament to him that he had the lead in the final round of the Masters while having irons like that.
Yeah.
But he just said he just needs to go back to the drawing board and
I'll tell you what, his bunker play, my God.
He's awesome.
If you're him, just hit it into the bunker every time because his bunker play was
But he's
insane.
such a tool.
Yes.
Can I just say, and this pains me to say this as an American.
Go for it.
But I loved that, like if you're watching that tournament, Rory, Justin Rose, and Oberg towards the end there, love all three of them.
Yeah.
They're all great dudes, right? Guys you can get behind. Like Justin Rose he might be the nicest guy out there next to Rory.
Yeah.
Just really solid dudes. And then you look at the Americans at the top.
Patrick Reed,
DeChambeau, Bryson DeChambeau, and Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah.
And you go, oh. Yeah. And look, I'm pro-America on the Ryder Cup.
Me too.
But God, what is that about?
It's a little tough.
It is tough.
I'm with you. By the way, can we talk about a $500,000 meltdown from my man Ludwig?
Woo.
Oh my God. Yeah. That stretch, that triple cost him $500,000. Oh my word.
The other one not quite as bad on one hole, but Shane Lowry finished round 3 Saturday, like tied for 4th. Dude finished outside of the top 40 after going 9 over on Sunday.
Yeah. He was terrible.
I just was watching him because for a while there it looked like Ludwig had hey, you got a chance.
He like Rose looked like he was maybe going to come in the back door there.
Oh, you go, and then he gets to 17, didn't go his way, and then he gets to 18, and dude, that's me. Like I'm like, oh my God.
So is he a choke artist now? Like is he the?
When's the last time you saw someone that good hit the lip of a bunker, go back in, fly into another bunker, crisscross it to the other side of the green, go in the rough, and then shoot it 15 feet past the hole the other side? Well, I'm like, it
was pretty uncharacteristic.
Well, I'll just say, as a fellow Swede, I'm glad to know that the Swedish crisscross, as I like to call it, is live and well at the Masters.
Well, I'm just saying that. I'm not saying you're saying this, but like that's what bugs me about what they say about Rory.
Yeah.
So no one will talk about that.
No, because it didn't.
Did Ludwig Oberg choke at the end of that tournament?
Yes.
He was tied.
Yes.
I think he was
second.
tied for the lead.
I want to say he was at 10.
I think they were all at 10 at one point. Did Rory get down to 10? I don't know if he did.
Rory got down to 10, but then had gone back to 11 when he had on 15 when he had
15,
the birdie.
See, I think before he made birdie on 15, I think all three of them were at 10 under.
I think if I'm remembering correctly, I'm looking at Oberg's scorecard. I want to say after 16, he was a shot back.
Okay, he was 9.
I think he was 9 or 10, and Rory was at 11.
Okay.
So I think he was a shot back, and then he bogeyed 17, and you're like, that probably takes him out of it. And then came the absolute just atrocity of 18, where it all goes to hell. And maybe that was the one where on 17, he's like, well, I'm out of it, and I don't really care. But that was a rough watch. Like 18 was painful. I was like doing you're watching through your fingers because it pains you to see him do that.
Yeah. So, I mean, did he choke or what?
Yeah, it's a choke.
Did Lowry choke by not being able to even make a freaking par out there all day? Did DeChambeau choke? I mean, DeChambeau, now that McIlroy's gotten over the hump, the guy who has kind of had the most heartbreak there is DeChambeau.
Yeah. But we don't.
We don't say it.
We don't say
so
it.
that's what bothers me.
And he won one recently, right? He just won was it the U.S. that he won?
Yeah, last year.
Yeah, so I think because he just won that, people don't think of him as being one who was choking it or needs it.
And the other thing about DeChambeau is that's a douchebag who once said that it was a par 67 for him. And then he went out and didn't even make the cut.
Yeah.
I mean,
but now he's doing a little bit of the Phil thing, though. If you notice, like he's bumping fists with everybody and he's signing autographs. Someone got to him and was like, "Hey, dude, like."
Who he hired a PR firm.
Yeah, well, and whatever they're doing, it's working because I do think the narrative on him has turned a lot, and you can say that it's not authentic, and that was always Phil's thing. A lot of people said Phil's nice guy thumb up back is all BS, but he knows how to play the game, and I think the doucher is following that PR model, and I think it's working.
Did you hear what he did Saturday night before the final round?
Who, DeChambeau?
Yeah.
No.
He went for a walk around his Airbnb, and there were some dudes putting in their backyard, and he just joined them. And I guess he just putted and kicked around with them for an hour and then went back to his house.
Yeah, see, that's cool. I
See,
mean,
and again, I don't know if that's authentic or if someone's telling him to do it, but it's, you know.
I think it's authentic.
That seems more genuine because you're not doing it for camera.
That, you know,
he's still a tool.
He might. How old is the doucher?
I don't know.
Because he was another guy that came up very young, and is it possible?
31.
He's 31. So when he hit the scene, and you're in your mid-20s, and, you know, there's the reports, you know, he had the gym workouts, and he's got porno on the big screen while he's working out with his buddies, and, you know, you come into all that money, and you're mid-20s, maybe, just maybe, let's give him some credit that maybe he's just grown up a little bit, and that he's not 25 anymore with more money than he knows what to do.
I mean, I don't know if you saw his post-presser, but he was right back to being total douchebag.
Yeah, he went with Roy and said he's not talking to me, and you know.
Well, he made a big deal out of Rory McIlroy didn't say a word to me all day, as if.
And then someone said, "Did you try?" And he responded with, "He didn't talk to me all day."
Yeah, it's just.
And there's a photo of them talking at the end of the round.
Rory was trying to win a golf tournament, dude. Not everybody's chatty like you.
Yeah.
I mean, Tiger wasn't chatty.
Oh no.
You know, I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
Can't stand him.
I get it.
At any rate,
it's a hell of a message.
We're not going to say he choked by shooting a 75.
But we should.
After having the lead after the second hole or whatever.
And he didn't just choke and then rebound. He just choked all around. He was god-awful.
All right, back to my man, Rory McIlroy, okay?
Yeah.
Can we do another segment on Rory?
Love me some Rory.
Another seggy on my man, Rory. My pick, by the way.
Yes.
I want you guys to acknowledge.
I will.
I picked him on Wednesday.
Little pick.
I do have the Rory driver cover that I've never broken out, and I will say that I have made the switch over to the Rory driver
puppy
cover.
dog one.
The puppy,
dog. Yeah. I've had that in my garage for like 3 years, and I've never put it on. And I was like, you know what? That was one of those feel goods. And I went out this morning, and it was sitting there. And I said, you know what?
You're just like him.
We're making the switch. Me and Rory. Yeah, I choked too.
Well, let's talk about the Rory coaster again.
I like that.
Next.
The Rory coaster?
Well, it was.
Yeah, it was.
Here is Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan. On Sunday at the Masters, Rory McIlroy completed the career Grand Slam and won his first ever green jacket, beating Justin Rose in a playoff to earn the victory. Rory, just the sixth player ever to complete the career Grand Slam and just the second to do it in the last 50 years, along with Tiger Woods. In the association, a busy day for the Blazers Sunday. In addition to beating the Lakers in the regular season finale, they signed head coach Chauncey Billups to a multi-year contract extension to continue coaching in Portland. The terms of the deal not yet known. Billups was reportedly a top candidate for the Phoenix job. The Phoenix job, meanwhile, now open because the Suns made the decision to fire head coach Mike Budenholzer after the team finished 11th in the Western Conference and failed to make the play-in tournament. In New Orleans, the Pelicans part ways with GM David Griffin. Reports now indicate Joe Dumars is the top candidate to take over that general manager position. And the NBA play-in tournament starts tomorrow. The Magic host the Hawks in the Eastern Conference, while the Warriors host Memphis in the West. Winners of those games will lock in the 7th seed and would earn a date with the Celtics in the East and the Rockets in the Western Conference. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Hey, it's Rob for the Nation. That would be Window Nation, where they are offering a pretty juicy deal for you guys right now. If you need windows for your home for the month of April, hurry, this sale ends April 30th. But right now at Window Nation, you can get 4 windows free with every 4 you buy. You can get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 full years, so you'll pay nothing until 2027. And they are going to give you a free entry door when you buy a full house full of windows. They partner with Milgard here in Portland to build top-quality windows to their high standards, and they are made specifically for our climate. And their Window Nation's windows all come with a full lifetime warranty. So protect your home with some of the best windows you can buy. Schedule a fast, free estimate right now with the pros at Window Nation at 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION, or log on to windownation.com. And when you talk to them, it can't hurt if you just tell them you heard it from your window daddy on the Fan.
I can't sleep.
What is it?
Fan.
The Rory coaster.
Indeed it was. Never seen anything quite like it.
No, that was, I mean, was that the best Masters you can remember watching?
I always am careful because you get caught in recency bias, and, you know, there may have been one from 10 years ago that I'm not remembering, but I was sitting there on the couch, and with the exception of the Masters nap, which always happens, I had the inability to stay awake for an entire round, plus I was medicated. I have never been more riveted that I can remember, not just at a Masters, maybe in a tournament. I mean, that thing, from hole one. What when Rory double bogeys one,
you've got an even tournament immediately.
You're just sitting there, and I'm watching it, and it was like, because sometimes live events are fun to scroll on Twitter. I must have seen like 10 of these, and I thought it was the Joker from Batman going, and here we go. And it was like, oh my God, it told you. They told you, buckle up, this is going to get weird, and it did, like 9 different times.
The viewership peaked at 19.5 million people.
Dude, that's Rose Bowl numbers.
That's huge.
It's monster.
That's the peak, though.
Yeah.
Rating was 13.8. So it did really well.
Yeah.
Rory's the first Masters champion with 4 double bogeys ever. And he tied for the largest deficit after round 1 by a winner.
7, right?
He was 7 back.
Yep.
And that's, again, it's just his own fault. Like, he made 2 double bogeys on the
15
back
and
nine.
17, right?
I don't remember.
It started.
One was 15.
One was definitely 15.
One was definitely 15, and
the other was 16 or 17.
He went from 4 under 3 back to even par in a blink of an eye. And if he just doesn't do that, he walks away with this tournament.
Yeah, but I mean, it was chaotic. The wild swings, huge shots, dude. He hit some. I can't remember one that matched that, because the one that comes to mind is Tiger's 44-year-old or 45-year-old
his comeback
Tiger.
Masters.
Yeah, the comeback Masters. But I don't remember anything about it other than just really loving him winning that.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Was that even close? I don't even remember. Was it close?
Did he come get Koepka? Was that who he beat?
God, I don't. Again.
See, it's funny. The one I remember about Tiger is was it maybe 08 or 09, the U.S. Open with Rocco. Like, I remember.
Because they played the whole next Monday.
I remember that.
Well, that was Torrey Pines, wasn't it?
Yeah, I do think that was Torrey
Where he
Pines.
had the leg injury.
And they are just, I mean, full on duking it out. And I don't know, like I said, it can all blend together, but I don't know. I'm going to remember that. And you may not remember all the details, but someone's going to say, hey, what were you doing when Rory was winning the Masters? I'll be like, dude, I was sitting there on the edge of my seat watching the whole damn thing.
And watching him double one.
Yep.
Chili dip it into the water on 13.
Yep.
Missed the putt on, well, I mean, if we're looking at the final round only, he missed putts on 15, 16, and 18.
Yeah.
That all were quite makeable.
And 17, the birdie should have been an eagle to end it. Or no, that was
what?
That was 15, right? The eagle that should have ended.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He missed the eagle putt.
Yeah.
He still made birdie so that he got what he needed there, but that was a makeable. I mean, dude,
yeah,
it was
right.
5
15,
feet.
16, and 18 were all
15,
missed
16, and 18, he missed all 3 of those putts.
It.
He chili dips the ball on 13, which is something I would do.
Yeah.
I mean,
so that was mine.
But I think the flip side of it is he hit some shots that I will. Tiger has a lot of these where it's like just iconic shots. Rory hit at least 3 of those.
Yeah, and the final 4 holes.
He hit 2 of them on 15. One Saturday, the 6-iron on Saturday, and one the 7-iron on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
His shot on 17, under, again, unimaginable pressure yesterday, was amazing. His shot on 18 is probably the one that will go down as the most iconic in the playoff, the shot on 18, where he stuck it in there.
He had a great one on 18 in regulation to give himself the birdie putt to win the whole thing.
Well, he had one earlier, like through the trees, kind of. That was
Well, he had the sand shot on 18 in regulation.
Yeah, to set up should have been the birdie putt to seal it.
I'm talking about just no, it was a par putt.
Oh, a par putt to seal it.
I'm just talking about iconic shots that he hit. There were so many. Like, dude, how many times did he get in the trees and you think, oh boy, here comes bogey, and he would just go up and over him. Yep. I mean, he hit some incredible shots out of the trees.
One where he swung so damn hard and it hits the limb. And the announcer's even like, oh, it got a limb. And you're like, oh, crap. No, it was perfect. Landed like 7 feet from the hole. He caught a limb. And it didn't matter. It still went. And they were like, look how hard he's swinging here. Because he's like, hey, chances are this is going to catch a limb. And I don't care. I'm going to hit it through it.
It was awesome.
Yeah. So I fell asleep. As he was going to the back. I remember him going into the back 9. And I'm sitting there being like, all right, he's got this, weathered the storm. I'm like, that's cool. And I'm laying there and I kind of fall asleep and I wake up and he's bogeying 14. And I wake up and I see him miss the putt and I'm like, what? And then I look at the scoreboard and I'm like, what? No. I literally had a moment where I'm sitting there being like, that isn't correct. And then, of course, it's right to the phone. I'm like, scroll. And then going back and watching highlights, I was asleep for like 25 minutes. What the hell happened?
Well, you fell asleep at a key part of the golf course. That's part of it. Because on 11, I don't know if you didn't see it, you were asleep.
Yeah, I went back and looked it. And went back
on
and
11, he almost put it in the water.
Yeah.
He got pretty lucky that it didn't go in the water. And then he still made bogey.
Yeah. And then because he went bogey, par, double, bogey. And I wake up for the last of the, I'm like, how do you erase that lead? I'm literally like, how long was I out for? It was a Rip Van Winkle moment. The golf nap is, it's all powerful. And you just wake up and you're like, and then I got the.
Hopefully you learned a lesson that you need to go to sleep much earlier, fella, because
you can control your golf nap.
I don't really golf. I don't nap during golf.
Oh, I love.
I'm into it.
I will tell you, the golf nap and the NFL nap on Sunday might be the greatest naps of all time. To fall asleep during a football game, you fall asleep somewhere around third quarter at halftime, and you wake up at the start of the fourth. It's like perfect timing. So normally the golf nap from like 10 to 14 is perfect. I just happened to miss one of the epic collapses of all time, only then to see the resurrection.
What's the old saying is the Masters doesn't start until the back nine on Sunday.
Yeah.
And you just managed to just doze right off.
For like 3-4 holes. What the hell happened?
Well, when he won, it didn't seem as much joy as much as it was pure relief.
Yes.
And I saw an interview with Tommy Fleetwood, who's good buddies with Rory.
Oh yeah, he was giving him big hugs afterwards.
And Fleetwood said, a lot of people think that the U.S. Open last year did a number on Rory, or the Open against Cam Smith, or, there are other tournaments he's blown that, they think have done a number on Rory. He said none of it mattered like this tournament.
Yeah.
He said this is the one Rory always wanted. Yeah. And like I said, I can't say I knew that he wanted it this bad.
And like I said, maybe this one, because I saw that, maybe this one frees him up. Maybe this gets a little career bounce back here, and he gets a couple here before the age of 40.
Well, he's certainly playing well.
Yep.
But I don't know.
And can I also kudos? There was like a 7-minute stretch where I think Jim Nantz said like 3 things. One of my favorite parts about golf, especially the Masters, is when they win, everyone just shuts up and you get to see the friends, the family, everyone. You get to see. I love that no one really talks. And it's one of the most unique celebrations in sports because you just get to be a fly on the wall and see all the emotion. That's like, that might, outside of the ending there and the putt, just seeing that, those 7 minutes where he finally says, I got to go get a green jacket. After 30 hugs where he's like, all right, I really got to go. I think someone from Augusta was like, hey, come on, sign the scorecard.
It is good TV.
That was amazing.
It was good producing and good restraint by the broadcasters.
Just
just lay out and let the moment do its thing.
They did
it's
that
awesome.
when Tiger won.
Yeah.
Back when.
Yeah. He's hugging his dad and.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah. His little daughter there, and it was just, the whole thing was awesome.
It's pretty cool, man.
Yep.
Pretty cool.
Pretty good.
The Rory coaster, and he did it.
Yep.
Okay. Are you guys ready to move on to some other substantive items here today on Sports Talk?
Sports.
Are you?
I mean,
not really, but we will.
It's like did you get done playing golf today? You look like you played.
I played today.
There
yeah.
you go.
I was out there channeling my inner Rory.
You felt it.
Chili dipping into the creek, baby.
I'm just gonna channel my my Ludwig next time I'm out there. I'm gonna crisscross that green, and someone's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "That one's from my countrymen. It's from my good old Swede."
That guy's gonna win some majors.
Yes, he is.
He's awful
He's
good.
really good.
That was only his second time playing in that tournament.
Yep, he'll be just fine.
So I think what did he finish?
I think he ended up finishing like 6th.
And he was second last year, right?
Yeah, so he's 2 top 10s and 2 Masters appearances.
Yeah, 7th because a couple guys tied for 5th. So
how about Patrick Reed just making it on?
I know
17,
and he didn't even know it. He's like looking around, and then he does the is that in?
Yeah.
Someone's like, yeah, dude,
yeah, you made it, bro.
That's in.
All right, Josh Heupel with some stones. We'll get to that next on the Fan.
The home of dirt and spray.
I'm dirt.
What are the Blazers going to do?
The Fan.
Well, we were just talking about this on Friday, but the quarterback at Tennessee was asking for a renegotiated NIL deal. And they have now booted him. Well, they didn't really boot him, but they basically just said,
no, moved on.
You're no longer our starter, and so bye, bitch.
Yeah. First time we've seen this, and honestly, it's the first time we've seen this really come to a head publicly. I mean, certainly everything from Damian Martinez to everyone that's left. You know, we've seen guys say that the Jaden Rashada, the collective, promised me this. They didn't give it to me. We've seen guys leave for greener pastures. What we haven't seen is someone that seemed to be the future of a program, by the way, that sued for them to be able to pay this kid out of high school. Remember, the entire state of Tennessee sued the NCAA on behalf of Nico to say, F you, dude, we can do what we want. We want to give this kid money before he ever gets here. This is what we're going to do. And by all means, he gets there the first year. They make the college football playoff. He's not great by any stretch of the imagination, but bright future. And then he basically goes into December and tells his coaches he needs more money. And then his dad is quietly calling around to every other school in the country, including Oregon, saying, hey, give me more money and I'm gone. Tennessee gets wind of it, goes to him and is like, hey, man, what the hell are you doing? He says, pay me. They say no. And he sits out practice. I mean, this is... I know we've seen a lot of NIL drama. This is Jerry Springer level.
Takes the cake.
This takes the cake.
So he didn't show up for practice, and then Heupel was like, that's it.
Yeah, we're done.
And he said that. He said once he wasn't there, it was like, you're out.
And wasn't he there initially, though? And then it was the last practice before the spring game, and that's when he did it.
Well, because he had been telling Tennessee since the bowl game, I want more money. And Tennessee was like... Let's talk, but look, we're giving you $2.5 million.
Apparently, he threatened, or his dad threatened, to opt out before they lost to Ohio State.
Before they lost to Ohio State, he wasn't going to play in the game. So already Tennessee was a little pissy, and then
what an opportunity!
He calls people, including Oregon, Nico's dad, who, this is one of the problems. At least in the NFL and Major League Baseball, you have certified agents. So many times with these college and high school kids, you either have crappy cousins, aunts, uncles, or in this case, you got your dad who's just out there doing it for you. And certain cultures, the parent holds a lot of sway. And if you've been around a lot of Polynesian players, family is above everything. So people being like, oh, you need to get rid of your dad. In certain cultures, especially that one, that's hard to do. So I guess his dad calls around. His dad calls Oregon, says, hey, $4 million and we're coming to Oregon. And Lanning's like, nah, we're okay. And then Lanning calls Heupel at Tennessee and goes, hey, just so you know, dude, your quarterback is soliciting his services while he's practicing with you. And Heupel's like, yeah, I know they were doing this crap before we were playing in the college football playoff. Goes to Nico, probably says something. Nico no-shows, and Tennessee rightfully says, dude, we're not doing this crap. Good luck to you. And now, he's on the open market, and we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, there's a couple of potential landing spots for him, which we will get to when we return on The Fan.
gonna be great.
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Just was thinking, it's our first day without a boss.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because
unchecked aggression right now.
Yeah, it's great. Say whatever you want.
Didn't we kind of do that
You
already?
already do.
Yeah, but keep going. More. Keep going.
I'm waiting till 6. That way we have a disclaimer.
Yeah, so Jeff, our boss, retired. He's
Good.
out. Yeah, it's about time. Old bag. So he's
By the
out.
way, old bag is a great term. That needs to be brought back more often.
It's one of those really insulting but still clean insults.
Listen here, you old bag. Zip it.
Is that better than boomer?
Yeah, the boomer thing. Instead of calling someone a boomer, just call him an old bag. Boomer. That's the lamest one ever. If I ever get hit with a boomer, I'm just like, that's the best you have.
Oh my God, he
Okay,
texted
boomer.
me. He's still listening.
Oh.
Stop listening.
You
Go
old-
retire.
You old bag.
You
Get a
old
hobby.
Bastard.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
We get you a bottle of Blanton. Start some drinking.
You're done. Oh, I guarantee he's drinking. I'm jealous, man. That guy's.
He's living the life.
Yeah,
He's going to go retire in North Carolina. He's getting season tickets to the Durham Bowls.
Hell yeah.
Watch some minor league baseball. Developing a drinking problem.
Good
Let's
times.
go.
Well, anyway, we don't have a leader.
No.
Beginning today.
Yeah. Who leads us?
No.
We
We
looked
lead
at-
ourselves.
Boy, that's problematic.
Yeah, it is.
I've stated many
This is
a
why
time.
they have bosses.
Yeah. I've said many a times, I need boundaries. I can't be trusted on my own.
So we were talking about Nico Amagunaliva. Is that his name?
It's about right.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
I am
Iamaleava,
Iama Leava,
Yeah.
I believe.
quarterback at Tennessee.
Former quarterback at Tennessee.
Yeah, so he's gone. Heupel, I got to hand it to Heupel. He has some stones, and even though he's probably their best quarterback, otherwise he wouldn't be the starter.
He is.
He drew a line in the sand. He said, "Nope." He said, "No one's bigger than the power T." Here's the audio.
Obviously, we're moving forward as a program without him. I said it to the guys today. There's no one that's bigger than the power T, and that includes me. And they hear me say that a lot inside of that team room. This program has been around for a long time with a lot of great coaches, a lot of great players that came before that laid the cornerstone pieces, the legacy, the tradition that is Tennessee football. It's going to be around a long time after I'm done and after they're gone. And that's what's special about being here is that there is a legacy and a tradition that is so rich.
Well, I will say this. Kudos to Tennessee. I think this is...
I don't think a lot of coaches would have done that.
I think it's the right thing to do.
Do you?
I
think some would. I don't think a lot.
I think a lot would be too scared to.
Yes.
I
this
agree.
This is a ballsy move because you went, 9-3? Or did you have 10 wins last year? Enough to get you into the playoff. You got drilled by Ohio State, but it's a freshman.
Playoffs?
You assume he's going to get better. If next year, if you fall on your face and you regress and your quarterback's terrible, people are going to look at you and be like, what the hell, man? It's $1.5 million. You couldn't come up with $1.5 million? But I do think eventually, in this world where right now we have no regulations, it's the wild, wild west, you have to have some form of structure. You have to say, we may not have outside rules, but we have interior rules. And I would hope everything from Dan Lanning saying no to this, I hope in general, this is the tipping point where schools collectively say, we're not doing this crap. Like there is a line. And I said this a year ago. If I'm one of these big schools, I am out of the 5-star quarterback business. Realize now when you take Nico, I think it's 6 of the top 7 quarterbacks from his class have already transferred. So you're giving these kids millions of dollars to show up on your campus. They do not stick. They do not stay. And even the ones that are there aren't very good. I mean, it's the Malachi Nelsons of the world at USC, Dante Moore. Like, even if they do work out, they don't work out for you. Stop giving these kids $2.5 to $3 million to come as freshmen. I'm out on that. And I would like to think that this is a turning point where teams in general say no. And I'll be interested to see what the market is. Of course, Nico's team is coming out and saying he's got offers from $4 million from all these schools. They won't say what it is. I want to see what the market is for this kid. He can't transfer in the SEC. The SEC has a rule where you can't transfer and be immediately eligible in the SEC. So it's got to be outside of that. And look, let's be honest. he's not that good. And this is the one caveat I'll have about Heupel. Yes, it was awesome that he said no. I also think it makes it plausible to do it when the kid isn't very good. What will be really the do you have the balls to do it? Let's say Bo Nix after his junior year at Oregon, who damn near won the Heisman Trophy, right? If Bo Nix comes to Oregon and is like, hey, you want me? It's costing $4 million. I need to see the team do that, because it's one thing to tell this kid no. If you watch Tennessee, dude, their passing offense was dreadful. And this kid in any meaningful game kicked rocks. Doesn't mean he can't get better, but this kid was not an elite quarterback, far from it. So it's one thing to boot the starting quarterback. It's another thing to boot a Heisman Trophy type quarterback.
Well, Nico has been linked with 3 programs. And see, like, to me, I think that the good established programs and coaches don't really need his crap.
Yeah.
And I think that's Heupel in Tennessee, and I think that's Lanning in Oregon.
Yeah.
I feel like it's the programs that are down or desperate that have to take more risks.
Can totally see that.
And so he has been linked to 3 schools, and they are all kind of in that category of maybe need to take more risks. One is UCLA, because he's from Long Beach. 2 is Tulane, and 3 is North Carolina.
By the way, I think all of those are perfect.
With
And Nico,
Bill Belichick.
I hope the money's worth it for you, man. Good luck at UCLA. Good luck at Tulane.
And semi-breaking news: North Carolina is now out.
Yeah, just because look, and it's not even the fact for me that he wants more money. Look, there's no rules in place, so go get what you can get. There's no guarantee that you're going to be an NFL quarterback. In fact, right now I'm betting against it. So get what you can when you can. But boy, you had a real good situation going in Tennessee. A really, really good situation. You probably could have gotten an extra $500,000 out of them, making $3 million. Be there for a couple years. Your job is secure. You got great infrastructure around you. Great quarterback minded head coach. Retire a Tennessee legend. Never have to worry about anything. But you got so damn greedy. And the way you went about it and the way your dad went about it, you have stained your name. You have stained your reputation. And you didn't have to go about it this way. You could have maximized your value, but still kept your good name. And I think a lot of programs, as you said, are going to look at this and be like, dude, I'm not doing this. But you were in the college football playoff and your dad is going to the head coach and saying, I need more money or my kid isn't going to play. I promise you that when Dan Lanning heard that, he's like, no, dude, that's not how we do things here. And I think there's a lot of coaches that you just eliminated yourself from. Why? Over some money when you already have, if you were just smart and you played it out, regardless of what happens in the NFL, you will have made somewhere in the neighborhood of probably $10 million at Tennessee, enough to retire and never have to play a day in the NFL. But you didn't. You and your dad decided to try to squeeze every drop, and you did it in a piss poor way. And everyone in the country now, by the way, is rooting against you. Everybody. You've become the villain. And for a kid that wasn't very good last year under pressure, cool. Have as much pressure as you want now to go win at UCLA or Tulane.
All right, it's time for our Stockwatch, where we're buying and selling from the weekend in sports. We'll do that next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and now Window Nation brings you the is on your side. Call 1-800-DIVORCE today.
All right, yes, you heard the open there. It's time for the Stockwatch, presented by Ryan Buckley.
Hello, friends.
Are you going to tell us something, Buckley?
No. I mean, I'm going to tell you some Stockwatch things, but we're going to start, of course, at Augusta National.
By the way, never forget, 1 week ago today.
That's right.
During this very segment.
That's right.
Ryan Buckley.
The Great One, they call me.
Did not know how many titles the Great One had won.
Zero, in fact.
Wayne Gretzky.
Zero.
Thought he had never won.
Didn't think it was 3 versus 4. I thought it was a goose egg.
One of the, and by the way, it was 1 versus 4, but just saying.
Oh, no. But I'm saying I wasn't mixing up like, oh, he either had 2 or 3 or 4. I thought he had flat out 0.
Hey, never forget.
Never forget.
I'm going to wear that one. Just like Rory is wearing the green jacket. He talked about the pressure on finishing up the career Grand Slam. Here's what he had to say.
I've carried that burden since August 2014. It's been 11 years. It's nearly 11 years. I'm not just about winning my next major, but the career Grand Slam, trying to join a group of 5 players to do it. Watching a lot of my peers get green jackets in the process. It's been difficult, and I've tried to approach this tournament with the most positive attitude each and every time that I've shown up, and I think just the sort of cumulative experience that I've gained coming back here each and every year, I feel like I get a little more comfortable with the shots needed. I talked about it at the start of the week, but there's talking about it and actually doing it, and today was difficult. I was unbelievably nervous this morning. Really nervous on the first hole, as you witnessed with the double. But as I said, that sort of calmed me down, and I was able to bounce back and show, that resilience that I've talked about a lot. And it was a heavy weight to carry, and thankfully now I don't have to carry it, and it frees me up. And I know I'm coming back here every year, which is lovely.
I know we talked earlier about how maybe we didn't quite realize just how much he wanted this and just how much it weighs on him, and really just how hard this is to do. Buy or sell that any of Rory's contemporaries, basically anyone playing pro golf right now, will also go on to win a career Grand Slam.
Ooh. Oh, that's good. Well, I'm gonna say no, simply because it's been 50 years and no one's done it. And the last one we saw do it was Tiger Woods. And we know that this field is deeper and harder than ever to win. So even when you play your bet, Justin Rose has now played good enough to win 2 Masters, and he's been nicked in both of them. By no fault of his own. The guy's played amazing. So to say that someone is going to do something that we haven't seen in 50 years, and more than likely Rory shouldn't have won that tournament. I mean, he tried to give it away at least 7 times. I will say no. And you said there's only one, which is Spieth, that only needs 1.
Well, Phil.
But at this point, dude, Phil's not winning the U.S. Open. He had his limelight when he won the PGA a couple years ago. And Spieth doesn't appear anywhere near winning anything. So I'm just saying, from historical context, this is like saying if you give me one player versus the field, I'll take the field every time. And no, we're not seeing this again. It's really hard to do.
Yeah, I'll sell that. I mean, Tiger was like, he's the greatest
to ever do it.
I still think about watching him play, and just, it's just jaw-dropping. He made every putt he ever needed to make, ever. Never missed a putt. Did you know that?
Ever. Forever.
Seriously, if he needed a putt, that way, he would make. He reset the bar to heights that we just can't even fathom, and that's why we were talking about earlier in the show. It's really hard when you compare guys like Rory to Tiger, because he's just not Tiger. No one is Tiger.
No.
The only other player that I've seen, like, it just since I've been watching golf, that even that has game enough to win a career Grand Slam is McIlroy. I mean, he has that type of game. Tiger's a once in a generational player. Rory's talent, you don't see a lot of guys that good. As good as Scheffler is, I think Rory's best is better than Scheffler. He can just do things with the golf ball that Scotty Scheffler can't do. And I don't see that other guy out there. He'll probably come along eventually, but no, it's really, really, really hard to do, and not even Arnie could do it.
No.
Not even Tom Watson could do it.
Nope.
The only guys that have done it are the all-time greats. So I'm going to sell it.
Fair enough. Now, another topic that came up that we haven't kicked around yet, and I know that this has been the policy there for a very long time, but everyone's pointing out in all these photos of Rory and the moments in the grandstand and around the 18th green, the lack of cell phones. Rory was asked about that and the crowd over the week.
The patrons, again, it's such a unique event. The no phone policy just makes everyone so present and so into what we're doing out there on the golf course, and it's just an absolute pleasure to play in an atmosphere like the one we played in today. So to everyone that stuck around, thank you so much.
Buy or sell that more sporting events and more public events like concerts or shows should also go to no cell phone policies.
Yes, it'll never happen, but comedy shows do it. Comedy shows, a lot of them make
I've been to some that do that. I like it.
But yeah, it's not. Look, it's here. It's part of our society. I was just having a conversation the other day. I was eating dinner with my buddy that does he's a tour manager for a giant band and has worked with every artist in the game. And we were talking about this, that it's a little rough. Like if for a musician, even when you're in like this unbelievable moment where it's the Grammys or you're performing at a big concert or whatever. And sometimes it's tough when you look out at the crowd and all you see is cell phones staring at you. And it's like, and I know some artists have come out and told people. In fact, when we went and saw Green Day at Providence last year, Billy Joe, the lead singer, was like, can we just put our phones down? They actually started doing something where at the end of the Green Day show, you can take a scan of a QR code on the big screen and they will send you all of the professional photos and videos from the show. So he's like, please, I'm begging you, just put your phone away and for 2 hours, be here with us. And it doesn't work. But I do think it's one of the things that makes the Masters cool is, yes, I think it's like when you go and see, you can be at a beautiful national park and you're like this amazing sunset, or, you know, when you're down at Lake Tahoe and it's setting down over the water and you're like, dude, this is God's masterpiece. And all anyone's doing is taking selfies of it. I wish more things could be like the Masters, and I do think it's one of those rare things, but you can't put it back in the box. It's out.
I would buy that as well. I would love to see that, but it's not going to happen.
No.
And it makes the Masters quite unique. You know, they showed, I don't know if you guys saw it because it was pretty brief, but they showed the magic of no phones at the Masters on the broadcast yesterday because
Scoreboard, huh?
when you don't think about it, not one person has a phone. And really, you cannot, like, you think, oh, people slip them in. No, they don't. Dude, they catch you.
No, you go through metal detectors and you have to leave it before the metal detector.
Yes, so there is no one with a phone. And now, we were talking about this last year, but Apple Watches, I don't know if they take
updates.
those too,
I don't know.
or if they're getting updated. Surely somebody out there knows what's up. But for the most part, all the patrons, everyone around you, no one knows what's happening on other parts of the course. You just have to look at the random manual scoreboards, right? So after the huge roar on 15, where Rory hits it to like 5 feet, right? Imagine the roar when you're sitting on 18 watching guys come through. You can't see down to 15. So you're sitting there and you're looking, all you have is the scoreboard. You don't have a phone. You have no idea what happened. You're looking around, talking to people going, do you think Rory did something big? What do you think happened? And they showed it. When Rory made the birdie, because there's a guy behind the scoreboard and he takes it just like Wrigley Field.
And it comes up immediately.
Or Fenway Park. Yeah. And they showed everyone sitting at 18, waiting to find out what just happened down on 15. And he puts up the 11, Rory's birdie, right? And that play up on 18 now, they go ape bleep. Because they only just learned what had happened. That is the coolest thing about not having phones at Augusta National. It's really fun.
The reaction on when they showed it, like you said, it was such a cool reaction that everyone.
So you saw that?
I
part?
saw it. Yeah. And it's cool how they do it because they put simultaneously they put up the score on the hole and then the overall.
Yeah.
And it went to 11, and everyone just and then they showed when Rose took the lead and no one reacted.
Yeah.
Everyone was like, oh, they wanted Rory. And so collectively as a group to find that out in real time as opposed to the phone thing, I'm with you.
Super cool.
That's a really, really cool moment.
And the other thing about that tournament that and no phones that makes it pretty fun is when you hear stuff from the other side of the course.
You don't know what it is.
You
right?
don't know what it is. You don't know who's making that.
What's happening?
But the loudest roars always come for the best players.
Yeah.
I just thought, I don't know what you guys thought before we move on here. Do you think that because the talk was always that DeChambeau is super popular.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted DeChambeau. He's the new Phil. I don't know, man. It seemed to me that everybody wanted Rory there, not DeChambeau.
No. And the crowd was decidedly not in DeChambeau's corner.
I think it was the online crowd saying online that that people wanted it, but it was really just the online people who wanted it. I think the traditional older golf heads wanted Rory.
No, in person, that was Rory all the way.
Yeah.
Well, let's move on to our fair city of Portland, where the Trailblazers have decided to extend one Chauncey Billups to be their head coach. Here's what Chauncey had to say about his vision for the team.
Yeah, well, obviously that changed very quickly after I got the job. But one thing about me, when I'm all in, I'm all in. So I'm all in to do the best job that I could from the very beginning. And even though it did change very quickly after, I had to really look myself in the mirror too, and understand how much development I personally needed too. So it probably was good that it changed so we can kind of grow together, I took this job, I had 1 year of experience. I wasn't nowhere near where I needed to be, to take a team over the top. So everything happens for a reason. Everything happens how it's supposed to. I've always believed that. So the way that this thing has gone, we've just kind of grown together. I've learned with the team. I've learned all the things that I needed to learn. And I'll still also know that I got so much growth in me too, So talk about potential. I look at myself first, not just my players. I think I have incredible potential as a coach and so many levels to get to as well. So that's one of the beautiful things about us kind of doing this thing together. And I talk about this a lot with my guys because I never want them to see me as superior or this or that. No, we really are growing up together in this process. And I think it's actually pretty neat.
Buy or sell, Chauncey and the Blazers' future with him at the helm. Pretty neat.
Chauncey, pretty neat.
Is neat the ceiling?
What?
Well, he said neat. That's what he just said. Is pretty neat.
Look, this is a more nuanced conversation that we need to have later. This is what I'll say. I understand why they did it. Would have made more sense to do it at the same time with the GM. I think the Chauncey thing was a little more uncertain. I am very concerned that you're taking an 11-game run and what happened in the back half against largely backups in garbage competition. And all this talk of wins, cool. You didn't even make a crappy-ass play-in. I'm just very, very concerned. While I understand the optimism and the 14-game improvement, I am very, very concerned. And Jason Quick had a really good piece on this in The Athletic, that you are celebrating mediocrity and that you may be going down the road. And there's a couple clips that we'll play later that scare the living daylights out of me. That not only you embracing mediocrity, and while you haven't trapped yourself into mediocrity yet, it feels like that is the more likely path than some sort of ascension to contender. So pretty neat. I don't know what that means. I guess I'll take some optimism, but deep down inside, if you had to say as a casual observer, but if I'm a fan, is my casual optimism greater than my fear? No, my fear is much, much higher. So I will sell that the future is pretty neat.
Was that what it was? The future of the Blazers is pretty neat?
Or that they have a chance to do something here. Growing together could be pretty neat or something.
No. Hard sell.
Yeah, you're less optimistic than I am, and you have no optimism.
They're not. I don't know why they have optimism. We'll talk about this later, but I guess you just have to kind of sell optimism. That's kind of your job.
Yeah, what else you do?
But dude, what?
I said it's more of a nuanced conversation.
What am I missing about?
Well, let's get to that
group
later. Let me give you one more here and wrap up the Tennessee Heupel Nico Lanning discussion. This is Josh Pate on the Lanning situation.
I think either Lanning or someone associated with Oregon sort of sent up the flare here. And if that's true, and I don't know that it is, but if it is true, I appreciate it. And if it is true, it reflects a lot of the sentiment I've gotten from being out on the road all spring. I hadn't gone to Oregon this spring, but I've gone to over a dozen major programs this spring, and that has sort of been the sentiment from a lot of staffers, specifically head coaches, of looking around and saying, yeah, we want to compete, and yeah, we may hate these dudes on the field of play, but it is past time to work together to regulate this ourselves if no one else is going to step in.
Buy or sell that if the reports or rumors are true that Dan Lanning is doing a public service by being the whistleblower on Nico and his dad.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm all for, dude, get what you can get when you can get it. But holding your team hostage before you're playing in the college football playoff, and now we're holding out after a very mediocre year, and you're actively shopping your services around to other contenders while you're in spring practice. Look, there's a right way and a wrong way to go about it, and no one outside of Nico's dad thinks this was the right way. I think he's become a pariah. I don't think he's going to have a major marketplace out there for him, and I think for a few extra bucks, he's really, really hurt himself. And yes, I think that Dan Lanning, I think a lot of coaches would have done this to say enough's enough, because if it's happening with your guy, or happening to someone else, it can happen to you, and there's just a line that eventually it was going to get drawn, and I think for a lot of people, this is the line. So if Dan Lanning did this, then yes, my hat's off to him.
Public service, huh?
Yeah, the public service being a whistleblower on a recruit shopping himself while on a deal with another team.
I mean, listen. Is it more self-serving than public service?
It's probably a little of both.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say it's probably a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Because for coaches, it's in their best interest to keep kids like this. I don't want to say keep them down, but just
in check.
Keep them, like together, keep them in check. So there's probably a little self-interest there, but yeah, I could buy that it's a public service.
Yeah.
In this instance,
maybe a little both.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit of both. I just feel like guys like Nico, we're gonna make this into this whole thing of like, oh, these kids now and all this. It's one case, and I'm sure there are others that are like him, but it's not the vast majority of players.
No. We saw this with the UNLV quarterback. He just wasn't a big enough deal for it to really rock the boat. But
yeah, and as somebody pointed out on the text line, like, let's wait till Jeremiah Smith does this, or let's wait till another massive name does this, and then maybe have a problem.
Yeah. All right.
But it's not a good sign.
Is that all you got?
That's right.
Okay. Goldberg Jones, when it comes to divorce, custody, or child support issues, trust Goldberg Jones to help. Call 1-800-DIVORCE. Phone questions answered at no charge. In the News is coming up next on The Fan. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on The Fan in the association, a busy day for the Blazers Sunday. In addition to beating the Lakers in the regular season finale, they signed head coach Chauncey Billups to a multi-year contract extension to continue coaching in Portland. The terms of that deal not yet known, but Billups was reportedly a top candidate for the now open Phoenix job. The Suns choosing to part ways with head coach Mike Budenholzer after the team finished 11th in the Western Conference and failed to make the play-in tournament. In New Orleans, the Pelicans have parted ways with GM David Griffin. Reports now indicate that Joe Dumars is the top candidate to take over that general manager position, while there are also reports that Pelicans head coach Willie Green may be a top candidate for Phoenix's open head coaching vacancy. The play-in tournament in the NBA starts tomorrow. The Magic host the Hawks in the Eastern Conference. The Warriors host the Grizzlies in the Western Conference. Winners of those games will lock in the 7th seed and would earn a date with the Celtics in the East and the Rockets in the Western Conference. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan.
Have you been injured? Because if you have, you need more than a lawyer. You need an advocate.
I like that you used your quiet voice. That's the Garth Brooks. It's very serious.
It is serious.
Well, it is serious.
This is serious stuff.
Yeah, it does suck. My buddy's brother was making deliveries for him last week and got sideswiped.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was pretty gnarly. His Honda Accord, gone.
What?
Oh, yeah, man. Airbags deployed. And It's kind of scary when something like that.
Hey, if he were driving a Cybertruck, it wouldn't have happened.
That is true. Cybertruck would have caught itself on fire. No, if you've ever been in an accident, it's a scary thing. You go to the hospital and get checked out. Luckily, everything's fine. But, now he's having to go through the whole process and dealing with insurance companies and who's at fault. It's kind of a big old scary mess. And if you don't know what you're doing, it's a little kind of just wandering aimlessly through the desert. And you do need someone to kind of help walk you through it and keep the insurance companies in check, because I don't know if you know anything about insurance companies. They don't give an F about you. And the advocates do.
Yeah, insurance companies, you got to really know, you have to have been through it before with them to kind of know the ins and outs, how to handle it. Otherwise, they're going to railroad you.
Yeah. And by the way,
that's what they do.
The other, the scary part of it, like when we looked at the photos of the wreck, his mints, his breath mints scattered everywhere. Who's compensating for those mints?
Yeah, it needs a new tin.
And those are the good mints too. The like the icebreaker mints. I was like, you think the insurance company's just gonna reimburse you for that $5? No. Now you guys, you better go through and scoop those mints out. There was mints everywhere. That was the chaos of this crash.
Well, our friends are Ken and Donnie at the Advocates. They can deal with the insurance companies for you. So if you have been injured, you need more than a lawyer, you deserve an advocate. Call our friends at the Advocates. Their website, advocateslaw.com.
The Fan.
That's a great drop. It's actually
pretty neat. You're a loser. It's actually pretty neat.
Wait. Who does the "you're a loser"?
That's also Chance.
Yeah. Oh, that's
That was when he called out the team and if you're gonna be like this or do like that, that's a loser's mentality. You're a loser. He was calling out his team earlier in the year.
By the way, his voice, he should be hosting a late night jazz show called The Quiet Storm.
You're a loser.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty neat.
Great tones.
It's actually pretty neat.
Yeah.
Right now it is April 14, 2025. It's time for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello. Hello, Mike. Please be seated. As always, it's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is National Dolphin Day.
Oh. Go Dolphins. Although, don't pet them. They'll sexually assault you.
I have pet a dolphin before.
Did it hump you?
It did not, but I will say...
You wanted it to?
No.
They warn you. They say don't start something that you can't finish.
They are muscly.
Yeah.
Like,
yep.
Like, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. It's when you touch one, it does
You're
not
like,
feel like what you think
it's a leather muscle tube. Yeah. It's
amazing.
It's crazy.
There's a lot of videos out there. The dolphin is the sexual predator of the ocean.
Yeah.
They
get after it.
Yeah, they get after it.
Tell you what, it's kind of hot.
There's a lot of videos out there of like people petting them in those encounters, and then if you pet it on the belly, the dolphin's like, all right, we're doing this, and then it jumps up on you, and then, hey, it's go time. You were asking for it.
He is an idiot.
Well, they have nice bodies.
Very sinewy.
It is also National Pecan Day.
I love a good pecan.
The kayaker that went over Willamette Falls that is missing.
Yeah.
Still hunting.
Yeah, the search is...
They're still hunting.
Yeah, but I thought they were...
Oregon City.
They're now saying it's a recovery search. They're not,
Well, you never know, man.
Yeah, you know.
Maybe they're just out there swimming around like a dolphin.
No, that's... They announced that it's turned into a recovery effort, and they're slowing down the looking.
7:15 a.m. on Sunday, the U.S. Coast Guard located the missing kayaker's blue hard-shelled kayak, which was then recovered by the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office Marine Unit. Despite extensive efforts, the man has yet to be found. His identity is being withheld, awaiting further developments.
Yeah, again, I just doubt he's coming bounding out of the scraggly woods anytime soon.
I always hate these because I'm like, do I know them?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Well, I told you, man, remember someone died in a avalanche down in Bend a while back that we reported on?
Yeah.
My bartender, my guy Nicholas at my local bar that I go to, he was listening to us. That was his family. That's how he found out. And no one should find out tragic news coming from us two. That's not how you want to find out.
Why not?
Family, friends have gone.
Why not?
Well, we don't always handle things.
What's the best way to find out?
Not us, because we don't always handle these things with the utmost,
Well, I try to be sensitive to...
I know, and sometimes we fall short. I felt terrible. I was like, oh, man, you found out us? Like, via us? It's not good.
Well,
you got to hear from someone.
We're a news outlet. That's right. You got to hear it from somebody.
Got to hear from somebody.
Probably better to get a phone call.
Yeah. But, you tune into us to hear God knows whatever we're talking about, and then you're like, wait, I know. Oh.
Katy Perry and Gayle King landed safely today after the first all-female space flight since 1963.
Boy, I'll tell you what. I saw a video in this and I was not prepared. I didn't have that on my bingo card.
Did you see the Katy Perry quotes about all the things that it meant and symbolized and all that it connected her to? My goodness, that was a whole thing.
I didn't, but I do feel like, well, one, anybody that's ever gone to space says it's kind of a religious experience.
But wasn't this like
11 minutes?
It was like low orbit. It wasn't.
But it's the same one that Will Shatner went on.
Yeah.
And I feel like what's happened is Shatner went on this, and he came down, and in classic Shatner form, he articulated so well what it was like.
Yeah.
Because he's a wordsmith.
Yeah.
And I feel like anybody doing that after him they feel like they have to try to articulate it as well as Shatner, and that's just you're gonna lose.
Yeah. Can I read you what Katy Perry said?
Yeah, go for it.
She says that the short trip to space made her, quote, connected to the strong, divine feminine, and she praised her team's, quote, rigorous training. She also said, quote, you're really finding love for yourself there because you got to trust in yourself on this journey, and then you're feeling love when you come down for sure, and you're feeling that strength.
Don't you just get into the penis rocket and then get launched? Like,
yeah, that's what I thought.
No offense, but you didn't pedal your way to, like, come on.
But you see what I mean?
Yeah.
I think she's just trying to
She just moved?
She's trying to do her own version of the Will Shatner, and it's just not working.
Now, again, check me if I'm wrong, Sandy, but this is like when the Red Bull dude jumps from space, you're like in sub-orbit. You don't get the you're not up there like seeing what the International Space Station's seeing, right? Like
I don't think so.
I think you're technically in space, but it's not like.
I think you lose gravity and you probably see the curvature of the Earth, but I don't think it's like space station height. No, I wouldn't think.
Hey, she got connected to what? All femininity? What?
The divine feminine.
The divine feminine. By being in the penis rocket.
Yeah.
Yeah, ironic, isn't it?
I don't know. All I saw was Gail King get out of it and was doing like this, like, She's doing like Richard Simmons. She's like, I'm 50 and I stretch and kick. And
Oprah was crying because she was worried about Gail up there. This whole thing.
Oh, which, again, it takes some balls to get in the penis rocket.
It does.
And fire up there. I mean, that thing can blow up at any moment.
I'd be scared.
I would be too, but at the same time, let's not act like you did anything other than pay money to strap yourself into the penis rocket.
We want the nutty!
Yeah. That's like if I paid to sit on the back of like, I don't know, like the Evel Knievel's rocket cycle while some daredevil jumped the canyon and then we landed and I'm like, you know what? Took a lot of bravery. No, I just paid money and let some other one else do the work. Literally, you just sat in a seat and let the penis rocket do all the work. Which is cool that you got the money to do it, but can we not act like, I don't know, like this was some sort of like girl power, like your vaginas didn't power the penis rocket to space.
And that's cool. That's cool.
Let's tone it down a notch.
Well,
just like when the all-male crew's in there, their penises didn't power the penis rocket. That's not the way that works.
It was a glorious day.
It was glorious.
Oregon may be adding this to its official state symbols. Next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
The long journey is over. McIlroy has his masterpiece.
I didn't love that because it wasn't a masterpiece.
No, it wasn't. It was
rather gritty.
Yeah, it was more of a Picasso. It was a little messy.
Sorry for your canned line, Jim.
Maybe a Jackson Pollock, if you will. But hey, it was worth a lot of money.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
We should have. It was awesome. Yesterday was amazing.
Yeah.
TV, amazing theater. We should have another segment on Jim Nance because
well, Jim Nance loves him. Much like the penis rocket, Jim Nance loves the grand gesture of the whole thing.
That was his 11th to last Masters, you guys. So soak it in.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus pay nothing until 2027 right now at Window Nation, 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. Time. So the Blazers were quite literally a layup away from beating Utah at the Horn, and then decided to tank, and then went to overtime and said, "Well, let's pack it in now. We couldn't win. We're going to lose on purpose." And Shaden Sharp did not come back. You know what I mean? Like they got to overtime and they said, "It's Chris Murray time."
I love how bad this team is at tanking, man.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, it's Isaac Ropp for Window Nation. April's a great time to spruce up around your house, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on right now. You could pay nothing until 2027, and if you buy a house full of windows, they'll include a free entry door too. Why do I trust Window Nation? Because they partner with Milgard in Portland to build top quality windows to their high standards, and they back them with a lifetime warranty. So hurry, sale ends soon. Don't wait to schedule your estimate. 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
So what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Just like last year. What about those new high dynamic range TVs?
They got the highest scores of all, but their prices are really high.
Did you check online?
Yeah, their prices were about the same.
Well, there's one place where we can get a hot deal on those top-rated models.
Where?
At Video Only. Check out the ratings on TV stores.
I see. Video Only scored better than the others.
So, if you want the best deal on the best TVs,
then we should take our TV ratings and head over to top-rated Video Only.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
Times we go a little overboard.
Like Jim Nance?
Oh, jeez, Jim. Dial it back like 7 notches.
This is in the news, April 14, 2025. Your noted newsman here. Oregon, known for its state bird, nut, and beverage, may soon add this as one of its state symbols.
And that is, so we got the nut, the bird, and the what?
Well, okay, so we have a state tree, which, as you know, is the Douglas fir.
Yeah.
The state flower being the Oregon grape.
Mm-hmm.
And square dancing is our state dance.
Why on the flag, then, do we just have the beeve? Yeah, flags!
I don't know.
Right?
Oregon state fruit is the pear. Did you know that?
I didn't know we had the pear.
I didn't either.
Because on the front, we got the state seal, which I think
the pear?
Yeah.
We have a lot of pears here?
Yeah. Yes? No?
That surprises me. I would think we'd be like the blackberry or the Marionberry or something.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever had an Oregon pear. I do like a pear, but...
Sure, I just didn't know they were abundant.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of cattle here.
Mm-hmm.
They're a big deal in Oregon.
Yeah.
Not as big as in other states, but,
Yeah.
Still.
I love cows.
Well, that's on the state seal. I do know that. The state seal's got, like, the Oregon Trail, you're dying of dysentery, and they got the little wagon and...
Yeah, and so because of that, they wanted to draw attention to that and give recognition to that. So they are adding the T-bone steak as Oregon's state steak.
What?
That's right. That's right, guys.
Why?
Oregon now has a state steak, and it is the T-bone.
T-bone! Hey, T-bone!
So this guy...
Can I also say the T-bone, like...
Very mid.
Yeah, like, what are we doing?
This guy's name is Todd Nash. He is a state senator.
He loves the T-bone,
explained the choice, saying, originally I wanted to make it a ribeye, but ribeye had already been taken by Oklahoma. And then when we looked into it and really thought about it, the T-bone made a lot of sense because it's actually 2 steaks.
Can I?
What?
I'm confused. So because Oklahoma has the ribeye,
So he found a steak that he could hybridize or double up as 2 steaks, and he's like, this is our state steak.
Well, but we can't be the only state that has the T-bone, right?
There aren't 50 different cuts of steak, I don't think.
He says it kind of represents our state, where you have the New York strip on one side and you have filet mignon on the other. And you can really respect both or high-quality cuts of meat.
Huh.
And we can agree on one or the other, but if you combine it into a T-bone, it's something that can be shared by everybody and agreed on by everybody.
But how does that represent Oregon?
So the filet is Portland.
I think
which
he's
is the
talking
smaller
about,
piece, and that's the liberal snowflakes. And then the New York on the other side is country.
I think that's what he's saying.
It's like,
mental gymnastics.
Yeah, it really is. It's quite a stretch. As a matter of fact, it's a leap.
Are we putting that on the flag now? Like,
I don't know. We now have a state steak, guys.
So we, all right.
So they asked him about the best seasoning for a steak because, he's a steak expert.
Sure. With his T-bone, even though no one goes to a steakhouse and orders a T-bone.
He said salt and pepper.
He's one of those guys, huh?
Well, you're missing garlic. You need garlic, salt, pepper on that steak.
This would be a controversial decision. I like a nice Cajun crust. Sear the crap out of that and give me that char on top with a little Cajun seasoning. Now we're talking. And then, of course, some cowboy or some garlic butter on it. Like, let's go here. Let's pick it up a notch.
And that is in the news for April 14.
All the steak news that you didn't know that you needed and not sure that you did.
Well, I mean, where else are you going to know that factoid there?
We informed a lot of people now that the T-bone is the official steak of our state.
There's a missing kayaker, but more importantly, T-bone steak is now the Oregon state steak.
It is a fun steak to order. T-bone! What are you eating? T-bone!
In the news, April 14, 2025, brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. The Hot 5 is next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Suk. When you think of upgrading the outside of your home, think Vulcan Design and Construction. You've heard me talk about their award-winning outdoor living designs, but they do it all. Windows, roofing, siding. So to take your home's exterior to the next level, go to vulcandc.com.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired.
Sports Station. Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update. First on The Fan, out at Augusta National on Sunday, Rory McIlroy got the monkey off his back and completed the career Grand Slam, beating Justin Rose in a playoff to earn the green jacket. McIlroy now just the 6th player ever to complete the career slam and the 2nd to do it in the last 50 years, along with Tiger Woods. In the association, the Blazers making the decision yesterday to sign head coach Chauncey Billups to a multi-year contract extension to keep him in Portland. The terms of that deal not yet known. Billups was also reportedly a top candidate for the Phoenix job. That job now vacant because the Suns deciding to part ways with head coach Mike Budenholzer after the Suns finished 11th in the Western Conference and failed to make the play-in tournament. In New Orleans, the Pelicans have parted ways with GM David Griffin. Reports now indicate Joe Dumars is the top candidate to take over as the general manager, though there's also reports that head coach of the Pelicans, Willie Green, now a top candidate for that Suns job. The play-in in the NBA starts tomorrow. The Magic host the Hawks in the Eastern Conference. The Warriors host the Grizzlies in the Western Conference. Winners of those games lock in the 7 seed and would earn a date with their respective 2 seeds, the Celtics in the East and the Rockets in the West. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Save the date. Your local Toyota dealers present the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club on Tuesday, June 24th. Keep it on the Fan for details.
Good afternoon. At the Tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanet.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Monday. It's your Sports Bros, Rob and Sook. I'm Rob. Big Sook's right over there. Right here.
Dude.
This is the first day in, let's see,
12 years?
13 years. Well, yeah. 12 or 13 years, that we do not have a leader. We are coming to you leaderless.
Yeah. Actually, I think Jeff was here closer to 16.
He said 2008, I thought, right?
Well, I thought he said 2 different stints, though. I think 17 years total over 2 stints.
Oh, okay.
I think.
I thought he was here longer than that on this. Hey, how about this?
No, he said he came back in 2008 because we started in 2005, you and I.
Yeah.
So it was about 17 years.
Well, he'll text us to let us know.
For the second time. And then
yeah, he's probably listening right now. Happy
drunk
retirement,
as
you
a
old
skunk.
bastard. Yeah, getting drunk. And yeah, it does feel a little. It feels a little loose here. That
Do
we're
we
out.
sound leaderless today?
I don't know about you. I feel refreshed that I'm out from underneath that tyrant.
Here he is. He's in.
Heavy-handed Jeff Austin.
17, yeah, because 2008.
Yeah,
and then 19 all told with that first stint.
It was like when they kill the Wicked Witch. Like we have that parade out in Oz, and like we're burning statues of him out in the parking lot. It's been great.
What if he comes crawling back?
Retirement doesn't work.
He's like, guys, I can't do it. I'm back.
I don't think Jeff's gonna have that problem.
Yeah, I don't either.
Jeff's been checked out for months. What are you talking about? He's ready to be done. The house has already been sold. He's on his way to North Carolina right now. He'll be at a Durham Bulls game in a week.
Odyssey will do that to you.
Yeah, he'll grind you down.
All right. Well, coming up this hour, we have to get to some Chauncey Billups talk as he is returning as the head coach of your Portland Trailblazers.
Yeah, we have the.
It's actually pretty neat.
Basically, they're just running it back. Run it back. Everybody gets a deal.
Well, I thought that, because the Suns fired their coach today, which we'll hear about in a moment.
Yeah.
But I thought maybe he'd go there or Denver.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like up until a couple weeks ago, that was kind of the plan. Hence, we didn't get the move at the same time the Cronin move happened, but they were working with the representatives, and lo and behold, John's going to be here for a couple more years.
So we'll get to that this hour. Maybe a little more Masters talk. Can we ever have enough Masters talk?
Dude, that Masters was so good.
It was sweet.
Dude, it was just drunk the entire round.
It was wild.
It was just insane.
It was a roller coaster, or as they say, a Rory coaster.
It's insane. If there was a T-shirt with Rory Coaster across the front of it, just that, like a green shirt that said Rory Coaster, I would buy that shirt.
And coming up tonight in the club, was White Lotus really Lord of the Flies behind the scenes? Did you read any of that stuff?
I did. Well, and now the one gal with the big teeth is emotionally damaged from Saturday Night Live, and it's
wait, what?
Yeah.
Did they make fun of her teeth?
And she apparently had a huge meltdown over it. She was crying on the street.
Was that from their long The White POTUS skit?
No, I think it was on Weekend Update.
Oh, okay. I know SNL did a big 5-minute long sketch where they were
with Trump.
Yeah, conflating the Trump presidency and the White Lotus.
I think she's kind of hot.
Well, apparently she does not like jokes.
Well, she's probably pretty. I mean, look, those chiclets are.
Yeah, but
she has to know that.
They're pretty prominent.
If that's your signature thing, and like you kind of get hired and they talk about it on the show, it's Saturday Night Live. Like they're going to poke fun at it, but she's not happy about it.
All right. So that's in the club right now. The Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com. Number 5.
Oh, yes. Number 5. Paige Beckers, indeed the number 1 pick in the WNBA draft. She goes to the Dallas Wings.
Who knew that they were the Dallas Wings? Anybody?
Not me.
Anybody?
That was actually my first thought was, wait, they call them the Wings?
Only because former Duck Satu Sabali was drafted by them did I know that.
How's she doing out there?
She's now, I believe, with the New York Liberty and Sabrina.
They are not the greatest Wings franchise of all time.
No, that would be the Detroit Red Wings.
No, that's the Red Wings.
The sitcom Wings?
Just Wings.
That is a good show. I like that.
The old MISL soccer club in Wichita, Kansas.
They were the Wings?
The Wichita Wings. And man, did we have fun going to their games.
All right.
Just wanted to point that out.
I like it. Anybody else? You're not going to give us the rest of the picks?
No.
Number 4.
Do you know any of the rest of the picks?
Well, they're on my screen here, but I'm not going to give them to you. Pelicans fire general manager David Griffin. They're saying Joe Dumars likely to take over in New Orleans.
Yeah. New Orleans, by the way, they were supposed to be a good team this year. They kind of pulled the 76ers, and then they all kind of went to hell. Watch them get like the number 1 pick, and then everyone get healthy, and they'll be good again. Right until Zion eats his way out of the league. In theory, when you look at the roster on paper, it's a good roster.
Yeah, I mean, they have some good players. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Would you rather have the Pelicans roster or the Blazers roster?
Oh, God. Well, I would rather have the Pelicans roster. But if you wanted to say, like, young upside.
How dare you disrespect Denny like that?
It's kind of neat.
Number 3.
Saints quarterback Derek Carr has a shoulder injury that could put his status for the 2025 season in jeopardy, according to multiple reports.
Yeah. Well, it's good. At this point, just hit the reset button. New Orleans has tried to string this thing along and wallow it in mediocrity because they play in a crappy division. Hit reset, find a quarterback, move on. And, Shedeur Sanders is one of these guys that, dude, there's some people that think he could fall out of the first round. Other people think the Giants at 3. Apparently, they're having another workout with him. But New Orleans sitting there at 9, keep an eye on that. If they do decide that the Derek Carr thing, it's run its course, they're not going anywhere with it, and Sanders does fall, New Orleans is a landing spot at 9 that could happen.
Could we have seen the last of Derek Carr? I mean,
know.
he's not young.
No. Look, I think Derek Carr is on the precipice of no longer being a starting quarterback.
He's 34.
I think Derek Carr is on the precipice of being a bridge quarterback. And yeah, he's no longer, I think, a viable starting quarterback in the league.
Number 2.
Like the Cleveland Browns this year, that's the sort of place that he ends up in. On a 2-year deal somewhere, and it's like, we don't have anyone, we don't have the path to get anyone. Give me Derek Carr.
Well, the Suns have fired Mike Budenholzer, their coach. He's out.
Well, that whole thing, dude, give him credit. Ishbia came in, and dude, that guy took a big old swinge, and it went into the side of the mountain. And now, unfortunately, I don't know where they go. They got to get a new coach. You're going to move Kevin Durant. What do you get for him? You gave up so much to get him. That thing is a mess. Enjoy Yusuf Nurkic and Bradley Beal, who has a no-trade clause.
So it'd be the 3rd coaching move for them in 3 years.
Yeah, that thing is a mess.
There is talk that the coach in New Orleans is the front runner to take over in Phoenix. It's just like musical chairs of coaches.
I'll tell you this: if you ask me who would I rather have the future of, Phoenix or Portland, I'll take Portland. At least Portland, I don't think, has backed themselves into a corner.
Yeah, but I'm gonna bet on that owner before I'll bet on Jode.
Well, I know, but
Jode the Chode.
I'm just saying, right now, if you gave me the next 5 years, you give me Phoenix, you give me Portland, I will take Portland over Phoenix.
Number 1.
I can't get behind that. And number 1, Jace.
Who does number 1?
Chauncey Billups.
Hey!
Yesterday, they announced that he is back with the Zers multi-year extension. They thought maybe he was going to Denver to go home, or maybe Phoenix.
Well, it was just weird because normally when you announce a decision for a GM, it usually goes with the coach. They didn't, so there was some talk that maybe just wasn't going to work and that Chauncey didn't want to be here. But I guess behind the scenes, it sounds like they've been talking for a little bit. And that second half of the season, like a month or two ago, this was not in the cards. But if you listen to the press conference, it sounds like that second half run changed everyone's mind. And I guess here comes Chauncey. So playoffs? The tank is over. They ain't doing that anymore, which I don't really understand, but okay.
Let's talk about it. I know you have some hot thoughts. You want to play a couple clips?
Yeah, there was just a couple things. I understand why they extended Cronin and why they extended Chauncey, and I don't have a problem necessarily with either one. I get it. I don't have to agree with you, but you sell me on your vision and there's a plan. I understand. But there was 2 things that I heard in the press conference that really, if I'm a Blazer fan, I find problematic, that give me more dread than hope about a decent kind of young group that you got here.
We'll get to that next. It is the Hot 5 at 5, that is brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. 19 locations across Oregon and Washington. Now in Lackamas Square in Vancouver. Find a location near you at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. We'll be right back on the Fan.
Oregon Ducks football.
yeoman's work over there.
Yeah, it is.
Well, the Blazers have kept their coach. I don't know how people feel about it. I know a lot of people didn't like Chance for a couple of years, right?
No,
It's actually pretty
I
neat.
mean, look, this is a very informal thing. I just when they extended Cronin and when they extended to Chance, I just did one of those Twitter like, hey, how you feeling? And you get 50 Blazer fans that react to it, so it's not like this is any sort of scientific poll, but it definitely seems more negative than positive.
They don't like Chance?
I just think that.
And why is that?
I just think in general the fan base feels that this is a little bit of rinse and repeat, and I think the fan base wants to be more aggressive. I think the fans think the old notion of the Blazers for years and years was just run it back and we'll be fine, run it back, and the Al-Farouq Aminus and not having to really do anything, and it kind of feels like they're telling you, oh, this is a good young group, and as long as we keep everything together, we'll grow into a contender. And I think fans have, whether that's fair or not, I think fans are frustrated at, give us time, we're going to run it back, and this will grow into something.
But the coach isn't going to matter much until you get better players. Like, in other words, what do you want? Freaking Phil Jackson coaching this group? Guess what? They still win 36 games.
I think with Malone out there, and I think with Jenkins out there, I think there was the idea that maybe you should go look at one of those. But I think from the Blazers' perspective, the players like Chance, we saw a lot of growth and development. And I think it's hard to bring back Cronin and then say that Billups, who kind of took chicken S and made not really chicken soup out of it, but maybe a nice broth.
It's chicken.
Chicken salad?
Yeah, chicken salad. No one really
chicken
likes.
salad.
Yeah, but this one has raisins in it, so it's not that good, but it's all right.
Too much celery.
Yeah, but if you're gonna bring back Cronin, I think it was hard maybe that, and I honestly believe, and you'll hear in this clip, look, we found out today, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that one person is in charge of this thing, and it's that effing Bert Cold. And this is what I talked about, one of the clips from the press conference, about 25 minutes. The freaking Bert Cold thing again. You forget about it because he's behind the scenes, and so you want to believe that someone has their head out of their ass and is making decisions, and no, we find out that jackwad is still the one in charge of everything.
Yeah, Jody gets a lot of the blame. Like, I always direct my ire at Jody,
and it's not.
Maybe I should
Bert.
start directing it at Bert.
And the one thing we know is that they just take the path of least resistance. And when they won the 10 of 11 games and the Moda Center started filling up again, and you could sell people on this is the future and this was the easy and cheap path out, dude, that guy behind the scenes is going to sit there and continue to do the same thing that he always does, which is rinse and repeat. And that's the problem that I have. And at the end of the day, regardless of what you think of the GM, the coach, every week, do you have the clip, Buck? Look, we're doing weekly powwows now with Bert.
Bert's great. We spend a lot of time, when I say we, we do a thing which I think is really unique and very positive for, what we're doing here. We call it a sync up, where it's myself, Chauncey, Dwayne, and Bert. Cool. Once a week, it's a big download on what's going on in our worlds that week. What are we working on? What do we need help with? What's going well? What isn't? And Bert plays a great role in that, where he's moderator. He's asking us questions. He's helping us think in different ways. He's providing insight, with, his decades of experience. So, that's a microcosm of the role Bert plays overall, where he's active. He cares about this team. He cares about us. He wants to see us all succeed, and he's challenging us. Hey, have you thought about this? Hey, we need to do this better. And it could be, the topics are wide ranging. Of course, big stuff like roster decisions. There's input there and there's collaboration. Hey, have you thought about this? What about what's this team saying? There's definite, back and forth with myself and Chauncey and him, and good positive feedback.
Yeah, dude, Bert's the owner. You can be mad at Jody all you want. Dude, Jody Allen is not involved. She just isn't. It's Bert Cold. And I'm sorry, decades of experience. The only thing you have decades experience of is being the best friend of a billionaire. And somehow you managed to weasel your way in and be a pain in the ass in this organization for 20 years. And now you're completely unchecked. The fact that we're having weekly check-ins now, sync-ups, there's a reason why it's unique, because no one does it.
Wait, no one does what? The weekly.
A weekly sync-up with Bert Cold.
If I'm being fair, I think synergy amongst those four would be a good thing. But it's just that Bert doesn't really have particular knowledge or particular passion or really much of any skill set needed to be you know what I mean? Like, it'd be one thing if that's somebody who could bring something to the table, but Joe Cronin said it. He's like, well, he's just a moderator, and he makes you think.
What would you say you do here?
You know,
Thank you.
So now I think we see why Joe Cronin retained his job, because he clearly cups Bert's ball sack.
I think there's a lot of that, yes.
I mean, that was a little thick there.
That was the problem that I have with this. Like I said, I
Yikes.
don't have a problem. I get it. I get why you bring back the Denny trade and the Kamara trade saved his job. And I get it. You got some synergy here, and your team overperformed, and you're playing hard for your coach. I get bringing it back. But problem one for me is that we found out that Bert is running this team. It is not Jody Allen. This is squarely in the camp of your owner is Bert Cold. Oh my God. And then the second part that I have the biggest problem with is we had the GM and the coach basically say that you don't need to go find a marquee player. The marquee player and the future of your team is already here. And oh my God, I find that beyond frustrating and quite frankly terrifying.
Well, dealer's choice. You want Cronin or Chauncey first?
Take your pick.
This year, I felt like we got a ton of data. What's working, what isn't, what skill sets do we need to add, what types of personalities do we need to add. We learned a lot about our roster this year. Do we have all the answers yet? No. Are we still learning? Yes. I mean, still the second youngest team in the league, still have a lot to learn about and see from our young players and how these veterans fit in with them. So the approach, though, I think we can definitely be more diligent about the specific type of player that we're adding. And I love that we're at that stage where, as a front office, we don't feel that pressure to keep taking swing after swing to try and hit on the next up-and-coming guy. I think we're starting to feel really comfortable with our talent base, that we can be more diligent about adding specific types of guys.
What? You're at the place? What do you mean you're at the place?
That's uninspiring.
What place?
Well, it's terrifying.
What place are you talking about?
Well,
the
they
place
think-
of not making the playoffs?
Well, they think that they're going to turn into the Rockets. They have used that comparison many times, and I that's a giant stretch to me. I don't see what they see, but then again, I didn't watch them much this year at all. I've seen them play. I've seen Chauncey coach. I know people. It's a small town, right? You hear things. I feel like that's really what they have to sell. And I think people with their eyes open aren't buying any of that as a legitimate selling point. They don't have anything to sell.
And Chauncey said the same thing. Chauncey reiterated.
He thinks they're going to be the Rockets.
And he thinks that the talent they have. I would like to point out that the two of your three key guys that you relied on didn't even start this year. Midway through the year, they both got benched. That shocks me. And this year seemed so crazy to me that you went through this tank, and then this year you decided in a deep draft that you don't need to tank. And we're finding out that you don't need to tank anymore because the roster you have is just good enough. So we're now saying that like we don't need to get rid of Simons. Simons and Scoot coexist, and Sharp turns into Kobe, and Denny's the next great all-star here, and Donovan Clingan can play more than 20 minutes. That's the part. I understand the vision, and I understand Chauncey, and I understand Cronin, and I see the path forward. I do. But boy, the Bert Cole thing, and then hearing from coach and GM that you can now go just find some role players, some specific guys to fill in roles and let this thing cook. And that I don't get.
Well, the natives were getting restless, and this keeps them at the gate. I think one thing about that is, to help you understand it, I think maybe is that Chauncey, remember when you're the coach and you're guiding young players, you get invested in those kids and those players. And I think Chauncey really likes them, and that clouds how he may view their potential. Yeah. That's probably a fair thing.
I think that's a fair thing.
Right. And so then,
because you see the growth and development, and you can fool yourself into thinking that it's going to grow.
That's right.
And we saw that so many times, and it's why they didn't do anything. They just kept telling us grow and develop. But at least when you were telling us grow and develop, you had LaMarcus, who was the star. You had Damian was the star. So now you're telling me that the future of this team rests on Denny going from, a nice solid player to a surefire all-star and that Scoot and Shaden Sharp both become stars.
Well, and then I think then what you had was you had a pretty solid second half of the season
against a lot of crap teams.
That's right. I mean, look, you don't have to sell me on that. But they did point out that they were like, what, third in defense in the second half of the season.
They played hard for him.
Which is way too small a sample size, but it's all they have to sell.
Yeah.
So they have to sell something, right?
Yeah.
That's really it. And so if anybody with a brain buys that, I don't know what to tell you. If you have your eyes open, I think everyone's on the same page, unless you're just biased. And it is that this is just a very mediocre roster that maybe will get a little better, but it's not.
And I guess
it's not going anywhere. They don't have great players.
And that's my point. Let's say you have another 7 to 8 game improvement. Congratulations on being the Sacramento Kings.
If they have an 8-game improvement, how many wins is that?
44.
Yeah. Okay.
You're the Sacramento Kings.
Exactly.
You're the 9 seed.
And that's with a pretty damn good improvement next year. So, and I think we all see that's not happening. So, look, man, at this point, it's on you. You keep watching, you keep paying your money, you keep hope alive. I don't know if that makes you feel better.
Hey, and I'll be the first one to say,
they're just a bad franchise.
In the next year or two, if you turn into the Houston Rockets and you win 50 games and you're the 2 seed, I will be the first one to say completely wrong. Completely wrong, and congratulations. But when I look up and down the NBA at teams that are real contenders, it is not a collection of decent guys that are solid players.
Can I also
say difference makers, and
we have not. They don't have any difference. Can we also say we haven't seen this is a nice season for Houston?
Yeah,
but
no one believes in them.
That's they're in their infancy. This may be the best season they'll have.
You know who?
And they come regressing back.
You know who
the
Houston Rockets are this year? The last couple years, I give you the Memphis Grizzlies, and the Memphis Grizzlies were a 2 seed, but at least the Memphis Grizzlies had Ja Morant, and now you look at Memphis and they fired their coach. They have a bunch of injuries, and Ja Morant may be on his way out of town. So I don't know. We see it from two different perspectives. Danny today was talking about, he thinks that he's hearing that maybe the new NBA is not about having 1 or 2 stars. It's about a collection of guys, and the Houston Rockets or the new CBA may be the way it's built. And if that's the case, then again, maybe I'm wrong. But history has told me, and I'm not an NBA savant. I don't watch the league up and down. There's plenty of people that understand the game a million times better than me. But when I look through the league, and I see teams that are difference makers and teams that contend and win titles, they have difference makers. And so maybe you want to be the outlier, but I say this like the NFL draft. If you're going to pick a left tackle, right, the left tackle should have long arms and have certain metrics. If you're drafting a corner, he needs to have certain metrics. Otherwise, you're betting on your team being the one outlier that changes the rules to everything. And I hate betting on the outlier, and it feels to me that the Blazers are saying we are going to be the outlier of outliers, and that drives me crazy.
Yeah, the league really isn't that hard to understand, is it? I mean, come on, it's simple. It's about star players.
Feels that way to me.
Blazers traded theirs, and now they have none, and they're trying to sell you what they can.
Which is solid group that plays really hard, and they play good defense.
And again, like I said, if you buy that, okay, good, enjoy it, but it's not going to be worth watching for quite some time. It doesn't seem like. I do think, circling all the way back to Chauncey, I do think the one guy who I would hold on to in this organization is him. Yeah. I think he is a good coach.
He gets guys to play hard.
It's just, he's only going to be able to take him so far.
Yeah.
But if he's all in about staying here, I think they've dodged a bullet by, because they peed in his pot by not re-upping him during the offseason. Yep. And so you almost lost him too. Yeah. But luckily, that's like the one good thing that happened. This is just my opinion, but I think the one good thing that's happened is you were able to keep him because the young players do like him, and that's a good thing. You have to have buy-in.
And he got Scoot and Shaden to pull their head out of their asses a couple times this year, and you need that because those two guys under this plan, your future basically rests on what Denny becomes. Kamara, you know what he's going to be. That dude is a rock solid defensive guy in the game. Offensive game will get a little better, but your whole team is predicated around how good does Denny become, and can Shaden and Scoot go from potential to solid upper tier starters. That's your whole team, and now it's can Chauncey find it.
Good luck. So Chauncey's back, multi-year extension. Coming up next, I think we go back to
Hello, friends.
Did you watch
Oh,
that?
it was great.
Did you watch that?
It might be the best Masters I've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, I can't think of another one.
It was everything I could want.
And as you said, Suk, maybe the best golf tournament I've ever seen.
It's
I
recency bias, but
I
that
know all
thing,
that, but I can't remember another that I was that gripped the entire final round.
It was drunk. That whole final round was drunk.
Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on The Fan. Out at Augusta National on Sunday, Rory McIlroy completes the career Grand Slam and wins his first ever green jacket, beating Justin Rose in a playoff to earn the victory. McIlroy just the sixth player ever to complete the career Grand Slam and just the second to do it over the last 50 years, along with Tiger Woods. In the association, a busy day for the Blazers on Sunday. They beat the Lakers in their regular season finale. They also signed head coach Chauncey Billups to a multi-year contract extension to keep him in Portland for the foreseeable future. In terms of the deal not yet known, Billups was reportedly a top candidate for the Phoenix job. That job opened, of course, because the Suns making the decision to fire head coach Mike Budenholzer after the team finished 11th in the Western Conference and failed to make the play-in tournament. Speaking of that play-in tournament, it starts tomorrow night with the Magic hosting the Hawks in the Eastern Conference, while the Warriors host the Memphis Grizzlies in the West. Winners of those games get the 7th seed in their respective conferences and would earn a date with the Celtics in the East and the Rockets in the West. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you a bill. Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Isaac and Suk here with Ken and Donnie, the advocates. People don't know that it's actually not going to cost them a dime to use you, because people don't know that.
Yeah, it is surprising how few people know that. People that do what we do, injury attorneys, get paid. It's something called contingency fee.
I think it's great because it establishes trust right off the bat with the client. Our financial interests are aligned. And then, two, it provides access to justice for people that can't just dish out cash every month and pay a lawyer.
You need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. Advocateslaw.com.
Stone Creek Golf Club was just named the best public golf course in Oregon, with green fees under $100. And for good reason. The Peter Jacobson Design Course features stunning views and some of the best greens in the state. Stone Creek offers the best of the Pacific Northwest for your next round event or tournament. But that's not all. You can save big with excellent twilight rates after 4 p.m. or find exclusive online-only offers at stonecreekgolfclub.net or by booking through the Stone Creek app. Book your Stone Creek tee time today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over $1 million in
Well, the Masters was great. Doesn't deliver every year, but this year it did.
Well, because sometimes, I mean, anything, it's predicated on, if you get one guy that goes wire to wire and there's no drama, I mean, what do you do?
Yeah, but I think that this is why I always say sometimes golf courses they create the drama.
They set up a situation.
And that golf course really does help create drama because it is just so tricky. So you could be up by 5 shots Rory wasn't up 5, but you know what I mean. Like you could be smooth sailing, dude.
We've seen dudes have meltdowns there.
1 or 2 missteps there, hit the wrong part of the green or get in the wrong spots. You are in a lot of trouble, and you can double bogey easily. I mean, Rory McIlroy won the tournament, and he had 4 double bogeys.
2 on the last day, right?
So I do think that it's not all courses are created equal, obviously, and sometimes they go to major tournament courses where the course doesn't lend itself. The PGA Championship last year was a great example of this. I think that was the one in Tulsa, Southern Hills. Xander Schauffele won, and it was not that dramatic because most of those guys all hit it to the same spots.
Yeah.
And so then it just becomes a putting contest. It wasn't that creative, wasn't that interesting. Augusta National just brings out such wild stuff, and it's never been more on display than that final round.
And it's cool because it's the only major that's played at the same course every year. But that course, like you said, there's certain guys that it sets up well for, and there's different ways that you can go about trying to tame that thing. And I'm with you. It does lead to a lot of iconic moments and even
iconic shots.
Iconic shots, yes.
Rory had at least 4 of them. I can think of 3.
I really, 4. And it ended up being, it won't be remembered because it didn't win him the tournament, but dude, when it was tied, when Rose got up on him, and then Rose came back and they were both at 10 and Rory's at 15, and he hit to his 207 out from behind some trees, and that son of a gun cooked one, bet in the corner, and knocked it within like 8 feet for an eagle, and you're like, all right, there's the tournament.
Yep.
And then he missed the putt, and you're like, and he still went up by 1, but you're like, that was the chance to strangle it. Had he sunk that eagle and then just gone on, that shot would have been framed forever. And then he had like 2 more shots like that to set up the win, I think on 17 and 18. And then he missed both of those.
Well, not on 18, but on 17.
On 17.
But you're right. The shot on 15, that was the iconic shot.
Yeah.
If he had made the eagle and gone on to win the tournament in regulation, that was the shot. That was the one.
Yeah, but even on 18, right? He goes in the bunker and you're like, oh, he's got to be careful. And he hits a phenomenal bunker shot and you're like, well, there it is. Sets up the winning putt. And then he misses the putt. And you're like, you got to be kidding me.
Dude, those guys, from where he was off his drive, those guys, like just most of the time when guys that good need a par to win you hit the fairway, dude, you're going to hit the green. Just hit the green and 2 putt. Like that one isn't talked about as much because he had so many others, like the one on 13 or the double bogey at 1 or a couple of missed putts. That was really bad that he put that in the bunker from where he was.
Just put it in the middle of the green and then 2 putt your way.
Well, he did it the second time. Yeah. So it's like, and he even said, it's like, he said afterwards, he was like, yeah, I knew I had about 2 yards less, and I knew if I hit it, I would just be right where the hill is and come back off the hill. Well, why didn't you do that the first time, you idiot?
It just, when he missed that putt and Rose was over there, I also thought it was cool. Like I just thought the coverage was really well done, with the exception of Jim Nantz being a little heavy-handed, but I love watching that. I thought there was a really cool moment. Rory's on 18, right? And all he needs is a par, and he wins. And they showed Justin Rose, and he was at the range. There was like 3 people watching him. There was no other player there. 3 people in the stands, and I thought to myself, dude, how cool is it if you're just one of the 3 people there watching that, and then you hear the crowd groan, and they showed Rose like realizing what had happened and then walking over and getting in the cart. And I thought to myself, well, that dude's about to become the Masters champ because there's no way Rory is coming back. And then Rose sticks it on 18, the first playoff hole. And then Rory proceeds to 1-better him and stick it like 3 feet closer. That tournament was drunk and had the number of times you were like, I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, the only thing that would have been better is if it were Bryson in the playoff.
Yeah, because Rose isn't a villain. Rose was
No.
actually someone that you wanted to see. It's just in that
Yeah.
moment, everyone was rooting for Rory. Had that been the doucher, or even Scheffler, right? Like I was talking to
Oberg.
I was talking to a buddy of mine. He said we've never seen Scheffler and Rory go
Yeah.
head to head, and you know that would have been really cool.
I thought we were going to get that a little bit yesterday, but
Yeah.
Scheffler didn't really rise up. At any rate, back to Jim just for a second, may I?
Yeah, I know where you're going.
Listen, he's an icon, but when
he paints with a thick brush,
dude, it's a little much.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is.
I'm trying to think of the way to articulate how I feel about it. There was so much drama in that golf tournament, and so many ups and downs and twists and turns. We didn't need the Jim Nantz over the top commentary on it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, but you got it.
Like the drama speaks for itself. He needed to dial back and like he's trying to add to it with some of his stupid comments about well,
the post
Immelman fed into it a little bit too, where these guys, they kind of kept alluding to Rory choking. And dude, the guy's he's an all-world player who's just trying to win a golf tournament. Yes, he hit some bad shots, but he also hit some amazing shots.
Yeah.
So how do you explain that? Like, I don't know. They kind of tried to make a narrative that I think a lot of people were thinking, but I'm not sure was really at play in that tournament. It was just let the damn tournament speak for itself, Jim.
Well, Nance loves creating every moment is the greatest moment, and it all means something greater than we can fathom. But, and I think this is where you were going, Buck.
Well, yeah, you brought it up earlier.
Yeah. When it was over and Rory won, I don't remember if it was Dirt and Sprague, if it was Danny and Dusty said it. I think in a 7-minute stretch together, they said 46 words.
Yep.
And there was almost a 5-minute stretch where no one said anything.
Just all natural sound from the course.
And one of the things I love about major championships in golf is that when you win, as much as I love watching, in baseball, we dogpile, right? NFL, everyone storms the field. Hockey, I just, the Stanley Cup is my favorite thing in all of sports. But there is no celebration quite like winning at the Masters, because you get to see and no commentary, they just shut up and let it happen. You got to see Roy sob. You got to see Roy hugging his wife, his daughter. You got to see every one of Roy's family, friends. That was an amazing thing to just watch that unfold. And I absolutely loved that Immelman and Nance stepped away and just let the moment speak for itself.
It just feels like you could have had a little bit more of that lean going into the final moment. I know you're reacting to him winning and all that, but to Isaac's point, everyone knows what the narrative is. Everyone knows what the story is. So just dial it back a little bit and let those things speak for themselves.
Well, Nance is not subtle. From the NCAA tournament to this, that dude carries a heavy hand. But look, he's the sound of the Masters. I can't imagine the Masters without him.
Like I said, he's an icon,
Yeah.
but he is an eye roll to me a lot.
It's a lot. Even in Butler Cabin, I think at times it's like, just
Rory,
your parents. I knew it. I'm like, geez,
They
man.
didn't die.
He was trying to pull a Roy Firestone. Hey, let's see if we can get him to cry. And then when Roy did start to tear up, I just imagine Nance in the corner, just that evil smile, like, you dumb bitch, I got you.
Did you think that Scotty ducked out?
Oh, he wanted nothing to do with it.
Dude, he went deuces real fast after putting that green jacket on Rory.
He's got to go win the
Well,
plaid jacket at the RBC.
It was weird because he didn't say a word, right? He was just there. And then after 5 minutes of watching Nance stroke everybody, he turns to Scotty. Scotty puts the jacket on him, and the moment the jacket goes on him,
He's out.
Dude, he pulls a Morgan Whalen, is like, give me to God's country, I'm out. Boom.
Yeah, I don't think he meant it that way, but it seemed
It seemed a
little.
We
all said the same.
It
yeah.
looked that way.
Yeah.
but then he put the green jacket on him again at the ceremony out on the green.
Yeah.
And he was much nice. He gave Roy a hug.
Maybe he had to take a squirt. Maybe he had been holding it for a while and was like, "Get me out of here."
But that sure seemed like I want no part of this. I had to squirt.
Can we also talk about the fact that I was convinced that Rory was just nerve eating and drinking? My God, Rory. He just, you hydrated enough?
Like just too anxious?
He kind of always eats on the course, though.
Boy, he
always has a little bar.
Dude, that dude was eating and drinking everything. He carried that whoever made that hydro fast made a bunch of money.
But like, you're to the point about the eating though, like he just finished 18 and he's going to the playoff and he's like, I'll have a granola bar. And I'm like, that'd be the furthest thing from my mind. My stomach would be eating itself.
No way. Roy had to stay hydrated the entire time.
I think he wants to keep his energy level up. He doesn't know how many holes that's going to go.
I'll tell you what, you know who had championship pee? Rory. I bet that was crystal clear at the end of that round.
I bet he didn't go in Ray's Creek either.
I wanted that to be Coors Light. Like, what's in the flask? A couple silver bullets in there. What's your key? Got some Tullamore Dew in there. He's an Irishman. Whoa. Sorry, the Twins guy just threw behind the Mets batter's head.
I wonder if he'd play better if he were drunk.
I don't think that's the case.
No.
No.
Old Darren Clark was always drunk out there. You remember him?
Yeah.
He won a major.
Well, I just don't think that's
drunk as a skunk.
I don't think that's probably the best plan, but John Daly.
Well, I love Rory. He's resilient. He's human. He's not perfect.
No.
He's no tiger.
No.
He can make it a little rough on himself sometimes,
Well,
and even he admits that.
You had people that were like, well, what about your wife? And she was, we get into the personal life.
That dude has been through so much. Like, the game of golf is a freaking mind F.
Yeah. It's a fickle mistress.
It really is, and it has really done a number, or at least should have really done a number on Rory at the highest level. And yet he overcame all of that and himself to win the career slam. I could not have been any happier, and I will admit,
yeah, you got a little.
When he dropped to his knees after making that putt, I welled up.
Yeah, I get it.
That was so cool.
It was. That was a.
And he's a good dude.
Not according to some.
He's a good dude, and Poppy needs to, like, I don't know what's wrong with Poppy.
I think she's got some sensory issues.
Is that? Oh, does she?
Well,
okay. Because she doesn't react to anything.
Well, and that it looked like she was almost scared or nervous after the whole par 3 contest putt that went viral. Like everyone was whooping and hollering. She's like,
there.
And I think that yesterday was another one of those where she's just not comfortable maybe with the crowds or whatever.
Sure.
All right. Well,
it was cool.
It was. Now somebody went and played Augusta National today. Did you see this?
Well, is it a celebrity? Because I saw earlier that someone was going to go play it.
Yes.
A football guy.
Yeah.
Same guy.
He went and played, and I don't know about his score.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna
because he set the over under and it was very high.
What he did was
he's not a very good golfer.
Much lower than that, which is
I don't know.
Concern.
I gotta call. Well, we'll talk about it coming up next.
We'll chat.
We'll wrap up the hour with that when we return on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Break 'em up. The number 4 in the nation, Oregon women's softball, a sweep of the Golden Gophers over the weekend. They're now 38-4 on the season, tied atop the Big Ten standings. And this weekend, they host number 8 UCLA, their co-leader, with Big Ten bragging rights on the line.
Stupid Golden Gophers. By the way, that still sounds. It's just. I have not adjusted to
what
the Big
Ten.
Big Ten. Like Oregon in a Big Ten matchup with UCLA, you're like, what?
38-4.
38-4.
Ladies are crushing.
Go ladies. I love ladies.
Lady Duck softball.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
The home of dirt and spray.
I'm dirt. Yeah, he might be
1080 The Fan.
So Augusta National delivers again. And Buck and I were talking about this during the break, but a lot of golf courses and tournament courses will have, clients or sponsors or VIPs or members or media or whatever play the golf course the day after a tournament, so you can play it as the pros played it.
Yeah.
I know some people got to do that at Chambers Bay when they were here, and it's a common thing, and they do it at Augusta National. Apparently, you would think they wouldn't, but they do. And J.J. Watt, former NFL star with CBS Sports Now, and that's probably his connection there. He got to play it today.
Yeah.
And I can't find an accurate handicap for him, but there are people who are saying that he is a 25 handicap.
Okay. So he said, I didn't know he actually got to do it, but about a week ago, he said that it was his first time going to Augusta with CBS, and he said that he was going to get to play the Masters Monday afterwards. And he said that he set the over-under at 152.5.
Yeah.
And people were making fun of him, and he was like, dude, whatever. He basically said, I'm not a good golfer, and do you know what those greens are like? So, I mean, he was being pretty honest. So about 25, I mean, that's not a good golfer.
Right. And I think we all are fearful of what we would shoot if we played it the way the pros play it.
Yes.
Because I told you this last year, we got into Berkman's Place. Luckily, got into Berkman's Place. And in Berkman's Place is this very private, exclusive area off of the 16th tee.
Peyton Manning was the doorman.
Peyton Manning was greeting people at the door with his green jacket. My new buddy.
What?
And one of the things you do when you go in there, and they have this, I don't think they have this anywhere else on the property.
Or in the world.
Is I have a buddy, my ticket broker buddy told me this is the best sports experience in sports.
And that guy has access to most
for
things in
everything.
sports,
He said the only thing that really rivals is like Kentucky Derby. So when you go back in there, one of the first things you can do is they will hand you a Scotty Cameron $500 putter and a couple of Masters logoed Pro V1s.
Yeah.
And you can play putt on 3 replica greens. I can't remember which holes they are, but they're just like they're made exactly like 3 of the holes out on the course.
Sure.
The real caddies from Augusta National Golf Club are there in their white bibs, and you walk up there and you get to putt. And I just remember the caddy saying, "Where are you?" So the first hole pops up, the hole's way over down to my left, and he says to me, he goes, "Where are you going to putt this?" And I'm like, "Oh well, I'll cut off. I mean, it looks like it's pretty hilly,
sure.
So I'll cut it right about here." He's like, "Yeah." He walks like 20 feet to the right. He's like, "I want you to hit it 3/4 right here." And I did, and the ball just goes all the way around the slope.
And you would not have known that.
No chance, dude. Yeah. And so they run them at the same stemp and the same speed as the players play them. That's the fun of it. So having done just that little exercise, I think everyone fears what they would shoot if they went there. It is just another level how it's so tricky there. So he's a 25 handicap.
Yes.
He puts the over-under on 152. Do you care to guess what he shot today? He played it today. Now, here's the key thing.
Okay.
They did not play the Masters tees. They played the members tees. So the Masters, Augusta National, when the big boys play it,
longest courses
it's one of the longest courses that they play.
Do we know what the member
The
tees?
member tee is at about 6,380 yards. So way shorter. That's what you and I would play if we went.
Are we talking like 50, 60 yards per hole shorter? Like, what's the rough difference you think that would be on an average tee shot for
I'm
par
looking
4,
it
par
up here.
5?
It says
I've got the scorecard.
Well, I think he was saying it's about. I'm looking at. He says 1,300 yards shorter than. So over 18 holes, 1,300 yards.
It's like 80 yards a hole.
So
right?
like 13's the par 5, right? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. 510 yards for the Masters player from the Masters tees.
Yeah.
455 yards.
So
for
it
members.
is a huge difference.
That's
and I'm guessing angles and everything, it changes
a lot.
Changes a lot.
Masters tee on 15 is 530 yards.
Yeah.
For the members, it's 475 yards.
Okay.
16 is a 145 yard shot.
Yeah.
For members tees. So it's a big difference.
It's a big difference.
So
All right.
what do you think?
So he was saying
JJ Watt shot
152, but you seemed skeptical at this score, so it's going to be better than that. I will say that he's going to, if overall is 152, you're skeptical. I'll go like 120 to 125 if you're saying it's skeptical.
He says he shot a. Can you feel the suspense?
It's going to be way worse than this then.
He says he shot 103. He's a 25 handicap.
No, he didn't.
That's what he said.
So he basically shot his handicap at Augusta National?
Basically, yeah.
I mean,
more or less.
More or less. I mean, 72 and 25. I mean,
He said he shot a 49 on the front, a 54 on the back, and 103. He said, we played from the members' tees, Sunday pins, so they kept the pins where they were. No. Ball in the hole, no gimmies, no free drops.
Wow.
He said, extremely pleased with that result. What an unbelievable experience and an unbelievable place.
Then he's a sandbagger.
Because what incentive does he have to make up that number?
Right, I don't.
Like, why wouldn't you just say 113?
You're not
you're
not a 25.
And I'm sure there are dudes that play with him that could testify to that.
And he already set the expectation, I'm going to suck, it's going to be 150.
Or have we overvalued what we would do on that course? Now, two things you got to remember. One, the members' tees, that's a big difference. And two, they probably didn't mow.
Yeah, but you're still it's one day of mowing. Dude, there were times where you saw it, like false fronts and I mean, no. You are like and you're shooting what do you say 100 and whatever?
He said 103.
Dude, I need to know how many putts he had cuz that would be my cuz I'm like a 16. So if I'm playing Augusta National, I probably don't hit driver the entire time. I'm probably teeing off with a 6-iron. And I don't know if I hit anything bigger than a 6. My whole thing would be
keep it straight.
We're hitting it 200 down. We're going to try to stay 200 down the middle, and then we're just trying to play the middle of the greens and 3-putt everything and try to break 100. You're at 25, and I
will say this too about that course. There's no rough to speak of, and you can kind of hit it a lot of places because
you got to shape shots. You're not doing that at a 25.
Well, it's pretty big. It's a pretty big property in a sense that you've got a lot of room to miss. And now that's going to set you up for a tougher second shot or third shot or whatever because of the angle or whatever. But it's not like it's so narrow or tight. It's pretty wide open and there's no rough. So that helps a guy like him immensely. I just think on the greens,
maybe he had the day of his life. I don't know.
With no gimmies and
or maybe that 25 handicap is off. He's I don't know, hasn't updated it since he retired or something.
You and I have played with a lot of ex-athletes like this.
Great hand-eye coordination, but he doesn't play a lot. But
they're all like they all are better than their swings look.
Yeah.
Like they're just athletes and they get the ball around and I don't know, they kind of rise up.
But I'll tell you what, if I was playing at Augusta National and I shot 103, I would take that in a heartbeat. I've always thought that if I played that place, that's got 120 written all over it. I'd be terrified.
It depends on the condition, but I had a buddy that played it who's a good golfer. He shot 78 there.
Yeah.
But
he's a good golfer.
He is a very good golfer, but he's not anywhere. He's not like a scratch golfer. He's probably a 3 or 4. But I mean, it's good, but it's not like it's not as if he shoots in the 60s regularly. I'm just saying, like, when he played, and I remember him walking me through it after he played, he said it very much plays, because he didn't play it around the Masters.
Yeah.
He just got an invite through another deal.
Yeah.
And he just said it very much plays like a regular course. It's just because the greens aren't running nearly as fast as...
I just remember once, the only time I ever got to do anything like that, I got to play Edgewater the day after the LPGA, and I remember playing that and being like, what in the hell? Like, I don't know what the LPGA runs at a normal event versus what the Masters does, but I don't know. That was a real learning lesson for me. When I played on those greens, I can't tell you the number of times you're 20 yards out and you just hit a little bump and run, and then you just watch it go, gone.
Bye.
Yeah, and bye.
Bye,
and
bitch.
And then after like 4 holes, I'm like, well, I'm just gonna putt. There is no more chipping.
Bye,
if I've
bitch.
got straight away, I'm just putting. And it just, dude, it was maddening.
Yeah.
And that's at the Safeway. That's Edgewater, and just with those greens, the Master, and maybe it's just me, but the Masters, I'm terrified of what the greens would do to me.
All right. Well, we're way over now. We just did a whole nother bonus seggy on the Masters.
The bonus. Well, J.J. Watt giving us all hope that if you go play Augusta, which will never happen, you two can shoot 100 and 103?
103 is what he said.
Ooh.
All right. The club is next on The Fan.
This is a story of the one. As a
Odyssey Sports Station. Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update, brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on The Fan. On Sunday at the Masters, Rory McIlroy completes the career Grand Slam, winning his first ever green jacket. He beats Justin Rose in a playoff to earn the victory. McIlroy now just the 6th player ever to complete the career slam and just the 2nd to do it in the last 50 years, along with Tiger Woods. In the association, the Portland Trailblazers signing head coach Chauncey Billups to a multi-year contract extension that was announced on Sunday. The terms of the deal not yet known. Billups was reportedly a top candidate for the Phoenix job as well. That job in Phoenix now open because the Suns made the decision to fire head coach Mike Budenholzer as the team finished in 11th place in the Western Conference, failing to make the play-in tournament. In New Orleans, the Pelicans parted ways with GM David Griffin. Reports now that Joe Dumars is the top candidate to take over that general manager position, while head coach Willie Green in New Orleans also reportedly a candidate for that Phoenix job. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com. The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter. Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity. Oh, man. Yeah. And once those seeds wear off, you're going to lose most of your motor skills, and you're also going to lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of cheap fun.
It makes me sad.
Yeah. Let's do that.
I told you, you dumb bitch.
That bitch. I came hard today. I'm coming hard.
That whiny bitch. Google me, bitch. He's a bitch. This son of a bitch.
Holy
Holy cow.
return his calls, you freaking bitch! What is up with that? She is an aloof bitch. Pop me up over there, bitch. Grade A prime bitch. Lace him up, you little bitch. Let's go. Freaking punch it, bitch. I mean, I love him, but what a bitch.
I told you, you dumb bitch.
There you go.
Yeah, it's our
little bitch compilation
it's
there.
our masterpiece.
We've got a lot of them.
It's our green jacket.
Gold jacket, green jacket. Who gives?
That's
Listen.
not
Gold jacket, green jacket, who gives it?
Look, that's a overrated movie, but
what's that from?
Happy Gilmore.
Oh.
And Happy Gilmore 2 is going to be the worst thing of all time. But that gold jacket, green jacket is great.
Well, we're so far over
You got to break.
from hot JJ Watt at the Masters talk that we have to break. So we're not going to get into anything right here because if we do,
that makes me sad. Well, we don't have a boss, so you know.
Oh,
It makes me sad.
That's true. Maybe
Thank
we
you so much for
should.
sharing that.
But we should probably. I mean, oh God, it's 6:18.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Ron, are you paying attention?
Nope.
We should probably break.
Put your big boy pants on. Rop is here.
Ooh, I like that. I don't remember that one. I do like telling people to put your big boy panties on. I do that one from time. Look, put your big boy panties on and let's get to it.
All right, so White Lotus, they're saying the show, the TV show? Or the
Overrated.
Is that a TV show?
It is.
It's a television.
It is a
A
television
streaming show?
That's getting worse and worse.
Well, they are saying that behind the scenes, it was like Lord of the Flies.
Yeah. And everyone was doing each
They
other.
were all doing it.
Right.
So we will get to that to kick off the club next on The Fan.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker.
There's a lot of people
All right, we are back, and we are going to talk White Lotus.
It's the what?
Now, the show, I know you didn't like this season.
Well, it's become a cultural phenomenon, but this is my problem that when shows become cultural phenomenons, they just tread on reputation. White Lotus season 1 was really good. White Lotus season 2, it's okay, solid. And I thought season 3 was by far the worst of it. And I thought it was a bad series that got lazy. But because it's the White Lotus, you're like, oh, you got to watch the White Lotus. I'm like, it wasn't very good at all.
I thought the second season was the best of the 3.
Yep.
I didn't mind this last season, but I get why you would say that. Like I think the show is unique. And
it's a different watch. And this one did struggle. I liked more of the setup than I liked the finish on this one.
For sure. The final episode was
so lazy.
There was a lot of promise to this when it first kicked off, and it feels like they kind of missed the mark as the plot went on.
Yeah. So anyway, in the wake of the season 3 finale, the big thing everyone's talking about is the dad who wore the Duke shirt.
Mm-hmm. That
showed his dong.
That was hanging dong.
Yeah. Jason Isaacs, I think is his name.
That's right.
Yeah. He's a Brit.
He came out and said that it was Thunderdome on the set because they were all away from their spouses in Thailand filming. And
I guess what happens in Thailand,
I guess they all just partied and banged and got in fights and hated each other. And
you know Schwarzenegger's kid was in there mixing it up. You know it.
Well, he's now had to try to set the record straight.
Whoops.
Because now everybody's...
And by set the record straight, that just means that he's trying to backtrack because everyone's like, hey, man, the hell? You can't be outing us all. Can you imagine if you were away at some radio thing for 3 months and you're over there talking to your wife every night and you're like, oh, yeah, it's kind of boring here. We're just laying by the pool and, you know, it's pretty low key. And then like I come out in an interview after you're home and I'm like, oh my God, you kidding me? Ladyboys everywhere and everyone's doing each other and there was mounds of Coke everywhere. Like,
And you're doubly pissed at that guy because he says in his initial quote that his wife was on set with him. So it's like, because she's in the business too. So it's nice for him to say, but everyone else is getting screwed by his comments.
I'm not doing it. Meanwhile, your wife comes home and is like, hey, Asachi, let's have some chats about what happened. I would immediately call that dude up and be like, hey man, what the hell? Shut your mouth.
Yeah, I think that
not cool.
He ended up saying his wife was also in the movie business, but she hadn't been in a while.
Yeah.
And he just basically said, you forgot what it was like when actors, you know, famous people are shooting a big time show
together
and they're all away on location. Yeah. It's freaking Thunderdome, which I'd never really thought about that.
Pretty
but
cool though.
I bet that is
in
quite
Thailand
something.
On location, away from everyone
at that hotel.
At that hotel for a couple months, you know stuff's going down. And
so
look, and you will know what's happening. The appropriate thing to do is everyone shut up.
So he says some friendships were lost while filming. There were feuds. He said that people were doing it, and of course that led to internet trying to figure out who was doing it with who.
Yep.
And he said it was really wild, but now he has come out and said everybody's got it all wrong because we are only going off of his exact words.
Yeah.
But anyway, he said nobody has the slightest clue what they're talking about. People who think they're onto something and it gets magnified because of 1,000 other people, nobody has any clue. So they asked him to clarify, and he said, first of all, it's none of your business.
You made it everyone's business. You talked about it, you douche.
Then he said, I'm just saying it wasn't a holiday, and partly I started saying that because people think we were on a 7-month holiday, and believe me, it felt like work a lot of the time. It was insanely hot, and there's the normal social tensions you get anywhere.
Not just work. Didn't he, in his original statement, say prison camp?
Yeah.
I think he said
it was like
he
rough.
said it was like a cross between summer camp and Lord of the Flies.
Mm-hmm. Which, by the way, kind of seems kick-ass to me. But, you know.
That is a Souk-esque environment.
Oh, yeah, dude. I would have thrived in that. But you can't say that out loud. you keep that to yourself.
He said some people got very close. There were friendships that were made and friendships, a group of people unanchored from their home lives on the other side of the world in the intense pressure cooker of the working environment with eye-melting heat and insects and late nights. They say in the show, what happens in Thailand stays in Thailand, but there's an off-screen White Lotus as well with fewer deaths but just as much drama. When asked to elaborate, he said, I will not. I became very close to some people and less close to others, but we still all had that experience together, and there's a certain level of discretion required.
And yet, you did the one thing you can't do. You had no discretion. I can't be like, oh my God, Mrs. Buckley, you should have seen it. It was the craziest thing you've ever seen. I can't elaborate, but trust me, S got crazy, and then just walk away. And
Don't twist my words. People are taking this the wrong way.
And then go to Buck and be like, I don't know what she's pissed about, dude. I didn't say anything.
So
dude, I have no tolerance for people that are like this. This also goes for, I'm not going to name names, but I had something similar. Like when you're out and about, guess what? No photographs, dip S's. If someone is out there getting into some stuff, the last thing you do is take photos and then like send them to other people that are like, haha, this is hilarious. Dude, you do that, you don't get to be around me anymore. Like that just doesn't happen. Just not cool. Yeah, this bothers me so immensely.
So the internet sleuths are out.
Yeah, of course.
And they have figured out that, or they are, not figured out.
Speculating?
They are speculating that it's Rick and Chelsea.
Mm-hmm.
And Rick and Chelsea, if you didn't watch the show, that's Walter Goggins.
Chelsea Chicklets.
And his girlfriend in the show.
Yeah.
They were a thing in the show. And they point out that her real name is Amy Lou Wood.
Yeah.
And they point out that the two did not follow each other on Instagram and never tagged each other in their posts after the episode. It also didn't help after last weekend when Goggins commented on an SNL sketch that spoofed Rick and Chelsea's storyline, writing, ha 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 ha. Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't like it because, as mentioned earlier, made fun of her teeth.
She started crying.
She called it mean and unfunny.
Yeah.
So, they haven't said anything about that, but that's what internet is.
Yeah.
They're trying to speculate on that.
Again, Schwarzenegger's handsome ass in Thailand for 3 months. You know that dude was getting into some stuff. And you know what? Look at him. He's like 20-something years old. Good for him. And the last thing he needs is old-ass Jason Isaacs blowing up his scene. And if you're Goggins, again, mind your own business, Isaacs. What are we doing? This is one of those, like, we all have our pet peeves. This is one of my pet peeves. This is one of my great pet peeves. Doesn't involve you, shut up.
Well, especially after you leave little breadcrumbs indicating that something much bigger happened, and then you're like, wait a second, where would you get that idea? Don't do that.
No, it wasn't me. Of course, I wasn't. My guess is you were probably involved in it, too. You even said yourself.
So who do you think did it?
Then you probably.
You think Schwarzenegger got with one of the three ladies?
Probably. My guess is Schwarzenegger made the rounds.
Yeah.
He's probably
should.
He's probably rounding bases.
I bet that Valentine guy did pretty well for himself.
Oh, yeah.
Which guy?
The Russian dude.
The Russian dude who worked for the hotel?
Dude, that dude's handsome as can be.
How about I'd sleep with him.
Exactly. And
somebody on the text line said that Mook is a Korean pop star.
Yeah, the gal?
The Vietnamese, or the Thai gal.
Yeah, the Thai gal. Yeah, my daughter listens to her. They're all into that K-pop and stuff over there. And yeah, they said she's like a huge deal over there. And then they had that really handsome Asian masseuse dude.
Porn Shy. I like that guy.
Yeah, dude, that whole set was just made to be Thunderdome. And then you got the old guy there claiming that, just saying, but I'm not saying.
Oh yeah, she's like a pop star, huh?
Yeah, she's a singer.
Yeah, look at her.
I'd like to believe that the old lady was the one getting it on.
Oh, Kun Sritala? Yeah.
I want that guy or that gal pulling a Jody Allen.
What if it was Parker Posey slutting it up?
I think I'd rather party with the old Asian lady. Parker Posey, that's all. No.
Well, the hard part about that show is you don't really like any of the characters. They're all just kind of awful.
Yeah.
I mean, who do you...
I don't think they're supposed to be likable.
I know.
Almost any of them, especially the guests.
That's the whole point. I think that rubs a lot of people the wrong way because some people want somebody to cheer for.
Yeah.
there really isn't a winner in
And that
White
is
Lotus.
that is one of my problems with it. And I don't like shows where they have no one, and I mean no one that has. Even if you're a bad guy, I can still pull for you a little bit. Like Goggins should have been the guy that we pulled for, but they didn't do a good job with his character.
No.
There was no one. Like, you can be the bad guy. Believe me, I'll root for the bad guy. I think the best guy there was, who was the guy that murdered Jennifer Coolidge? What was his name? The old rich guy.
Gary.
Yeah. He was probably my favorite one in that whole thing.
He might have been the best. He might have stole that season, Uncle Rico.
You know, I just, you can't make everybody unlikable.
Well, they do.
I struggled with that.
Well, that's the same as, oh my God, HBO Succession.
Yeah. Yeah, but even
they're
though
all pretty unlikable.
they are, but there were a couple that if you're a bastard but you have style, like Logan Roy may have been the world's biggest a-hole, but he did it with style and he was a great villain, and so you kind of liked him. Like, in a bad way. They're just, I don't know, this season of White Lotus just didn't. And I love Goggins, and I love, like, Sam Rockwell. I wanted Sam Rockwell to be better. It just wasn't.
I thought he was good.
The end of it was great, but it didn't.
He stole a couple scenes.
But his whole storyline was sloppy, and
I agree with
that. It just didn't work. And when it comes out with season 4, I'm telling you what, that thing's hanging by a thread. It's going to get me for about 1 or 2 episodes, and it better start good, otherwise I'm out.
Was discussing this with friends, but where should they place the next White Lotus? I know we've talked about the travel tour, but if you were just going to pick another luxury location, where would you want them to do a season?
Dubai. You could get into some Middle East stuff with some Saudi money.
I think.
Well, they have to go to they have to go to one of these.
It has to be a 4 seasons.
Well, I don't know if it has to be a 4 seasons, but it's they're going to like high end
right.
Yeah.
hotels.
I wonder if they could do like a ski chalet type situation.
Is there a place on earth that's more high end than Dubai?
No.
I mean, you could, and I'm telling you, that's like one of the richest, most debauched. Like, you could get into some stuff,
and you could do some things plotline wise with the customs there and stuff like that.
Customs and drinking and running afoul of law, and then you throw in a prince or something. I
like that.
You could rope me in there. You could also rope me into like a high end African safari type place.
Ooh, I like that.
They're saying
someone gets caught in a lion cage.
So the guy Mike White,
yeah, he's the creator.
Yeah, he has already hinted to Rolling Stone about where they're going to go for season 4, and he said, "I want to get a little bit out of the crashing waves against rocks vernacular."
I can see that.
And some are speculating that perhaps a ski resort season is coming.
That's what Buckley was saying.
So
yeah, you could do the
Swiss Alps.
Yeah,
type
Swiss
thing.
Alps somewhere there.
Yeah.
If you wanted to take it back, you could do something up in like Canada. If you wanted to do like. I could like do a Canadian super nice. Oh, you've been to Victoria? Oh yeah, you betcha.
They are saying it will be somewhere in Europe.
Oh, okay.
Because they're already scouting locations, and the scouting people have said it's going to be in Europe.
Yeah.
I'm reading speculation for Norway potentially.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Buckley says, "Let's break."
So I can celebrate Juan Soto finally doing something. Ooh.
When we come back on the fan, the secret to toppling an empire appears to be drugs.
Oh. Is there anything they can't do?
That's next. Here's Buck.
Now,
barbarians who toppled the Roman Empire were high on hallucinogenic drugs.
Sounds about right.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, why wouldn't you? I mean, if you were going to go attack the greatest empire that the world has ever known, wouldn't you get a little messed up beforehand?
Well, you know, if you put it that way, it does make sense. It's like, look, this is...
Not are you going to die here? So.
Yeah, we're going to die, or this is really traumatizing, or this is really hard, and I just need a little, little how's your father before
like
I head out there.
The whole thing with like the Viking berserkers, you hear those stories. Yeah, they'd get these warrior dudes, and they would get them all hopped up on medieval bath salts, and then be like, go run in there and start screaming and chopping at people. And they would like get naked and wear like bear skins. It's probably a pretty scary thing to see a bunch of dudes that are all messed up, like, charging you.
This shocking conclusion has come from Polish experts who studied 241 spoon-like utensils found across Northern Europe and Scandinavia that were worn on warriors' belts. They believe the warriors used them to take drugs such as opium and cannabis, as well as other substances that eased their fears, boosted their aggression, and caused hallucinations.
Yeah. Again, it sounds a lot like the Viking berserkers.
And they're basically saying this because the size of the utensils meant that they were impractical for any other use. Why else would they wear them on their belts?
I love it. So they were just doing a bump or two. Again,
microdosing?
If you're telling me, I don't think you're microdosing. If you're telling me that I have to go charge a big wall or an army and I'm in front and chances are I'm going to die, you're damn right I'm taking some hallucinogens.
Well, it's like, okay, so here's a picture of a lot of their weapons.
Yeah.
There is the spoon.
Oh, yeah, we know what that's
like,
for.
what is that for other than, like, you're not gouging anyone's eye out with that.
Y'all want to buy some drugs?
Dude, it'd be like if you saw a modern soldier today and he had a key on his belt.
Yeah.
Okay, dude, you got a mailbox key there? Yeah, don't worry about what that's for. Just
what's that tiny spoon for?
What's that little mirror?
Yeah, we're fine. Again, I think we can all admit that back in the day, they were a little less preachy and judgy about these sorts of things.
Yeah. Well, listen,
it toppled the Romans.
If I'm going to be on your front lines,
you
better let me attach my little spoon to my belt.
Thank you.
I do heroin, okay? It's what helps me get through it. Don't be judging.
Yeah.
Don't be hating.
I mean, there's stories too, like in World War I, World War II, those boys that were out there in the trenches and charging things. Yeah, dude, they were all messed up too. And they're giving pilots opiates and like speed to stay awake. And
multiple people on the text line pointing out that Hitler gave his troops either speed or meth.
Yeah.
It's. Let me see what, like, I can't imagine what ancient war, like, I know what, you see, like, video of what modern war looks like. I can't imagine ancient war. Hey, you line up there, you run at each other and then stab each other with, like, blunt objects. See what happens.
Yeah, like, do you have it in you to be, like, one of William Wallace's crew?
No.
Where you just hold some shoddy stick up and start running at a bunch of bros? And
dude, I'll tell you right now, you know my strategy. I'm in the rear. And then I fall down, put a dead body on top of me, and then wait for the war to be over and pop up and be like, oh, what?
What?
Hey,
I survived.
I was there. Did you see me? I killed like 9 people. It's like, what? I didn't see him. Like, oh, no, I was on the other. What flank were you on there? I know I was on the left.
Yeah, it's a great plan because it's so chaotic. No one knows.
No one knows. Bottom line is I need to get out of there. You're telling me you being in the front line of that? Like, dude, you ain't making it out of that thing. Like in the movies, they show William Wallace in the front. No, he wasn't, I promise you. No one who was really valuable. It was some dude that was like, named expendable. All right, we're putting you in the front. Run that way. See what happens.
I'm the guy on the horse who just runs off to the left into the woods.
Yeah. Can I shoot some arrows or, I don't know, be in charge of like a catapult or something? I was sick that day. Just show up fashionably late. It's like I'm watching from the woods. Wait for it to be done.
I had it down as 7. I'm sorry, guys.
Sorry, guys. I missed it.
I have concepts of a plan.
Exactly.
All right, we'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray. official beer of cheap fun.
Double Sun Power!
All right. Well,
That'll do it.
we's about out of time.
Mm-hmm.
Big show tomorrow.
Yeah.
Playoff play-in.
Oh, yeah. We didn't even get to that.
I know.
It was a good weekend in the NBA. Your Golden State Warriors fall into the play-in.
Dude.
But if they win, they get the Astros. Or not the Astros,
The
but
Rockets.
The Rockets.
So that's the silver lining.
Which is what you want.
But their last 3 home games, they blew double-digit leads in all of them. If they win all of those, they have the 3 seed. Instead, they're playing in the play-in as a 7.
Yeah, but they got to beat, like, what, the Kings?
They got to beat Ja and the Grizzlies tomorrow night, and then you get the 7, and then you get the Rockets. So I think they could do that.
Yeah, you're right.
So they have to win 2 games.
No, I think this if you lose this game, you go to the next.
Yeah.
Like
7 and 8. When you're 7 and 8, it's 1 and you're in.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
And then the loser of that game
waits for the 9-10.
Waits for the 9-10.
Yeah.
And then has to win. So you get 2 cracks at it, but you only have to win 1 to get in when you're the 7 when you're the 7-8.
So which would you rather have, the 6 seed or the 3 seed and playing the 6, who I think is what, Minnesota?
Yes, the Lakers get Minnesota.
Would you rather have that, or would you rather just have to win 1 game against Memphis and then get Houston?
I don't mind having Houston being your first real matchup. I think I probably would have preferred something in the middle where they maybe take on the Clippers, where in the 4-5 matchup. But
the Clips.
Hey, the Western playoffs should be good.
Pretty wide open.
Like Denver pulled their head out of their ass. They've won 3 in a row. Houston's got a great record, but are way unproven.
OKC still got to prove it.
OKC still has to prove it. You know, the Lakers are going to be a tough out. The Clippers have figured it out. Golden State looks like a contender since the Jimmy Butler trade. The East is whatever. I could give a damn. Just give me fast forward to Boston and Cleveland. But dude, the West is going to be fun.
Let's get it. Can't wait.
Can't wait.
Everyone excited for that Magic Hawks tilt in the East tomorrow?
God. They're playing. Have you seen who the playing is in the East? The records?
Well, only like 10 teams have been eliminated. If you think about it.
Dude, we get Orlando and Atlanta 41-41 and 40-42, and then Chicago and Miami that are both below 500.
Who's Miami have left?
Jaime Jaquez and Tyler Hero.
And they still have Bam.
2 white guys?
Oh, yeah, they got Bam.
Oh, Bam's still there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Jaime is Hispanic.
Mm-hmm. Isn't
he's not white?
Jaime Jaquez?
Isn't the Golden State kid? Isn't he there?
Andrew Wiggins.
Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
Oh, they have Wigs.
Yeah.
Is he? Don't quote me on that.
No, that was
the
involved.
Jimmy
in the,
Butler
that was
trade.
involved in the Butler trade.
Yeah. All right.
Rock chalk, baby.
Well, sometimes when you're talking about like who's on who in the NBA, there's a lot of like I think.
Well, for us there is.
Yes, I am not.
Not for everyone.
No, I am not the foremost leader on who plays where.
Everybody have a great night. Okay, we are back tomorrow, 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.
Friendships of space.